And for those who were saying, Kage, hurry up, it is now 6 o'clock. We start everything on time where I come from. Now, hopefully the sound is okay. I've got a brand new Logitech thingy with the brand new microphone here, and I was going to try it out this week, and then my computer decided it wanted to upgrade itself to Windows 10. So this is actually the first time we've been through this here. So if everybody can hear me and everybody can see me, then I guess it works. So yay! I want to thank Drax once again for that absolutely astonishing orchestral score that he made for me. And I apologize for the 8 or 9 times that I tried to play it when you've been here and the power's gone out or the internet's gone out or there's been a meteor strike or something. I don't know. But yes, thank you, Drax. Bravo, bravo, maestro. Okay, welcome to the Winestream. If you are here, you already know what it is and you know why we're here. Tonight's wine is going to be something a little bit different. It is a well-known fact that I am a white wine drinker. I am not at all a fan of red wines. There are 2 reasons for that. One, red wines tend to contain certain levels of tannins, tannic acid and such. These are what give red wine its astringency. Also, its bitterness. It's something I really don't care for. I don't like the tannic taste. Oaked red wines are the worst, as a matter of fact. They just kind of assault my palate, and I find them offensive. Also, if you get too drunk and spill it on a white lab coat, the stain won't come out. So that's why I usually stick to whites. However, there is one red wine that I will drink, and that is the Red Zinfandel. And I have an example right here, the Red Zinfandel. You might have heard of white Zinfandel. That's the pink stuff that you see, your grandmother drinks, usually with an ice cube. But this is the actual grape that the white Zinfandel comes from. This is in its native form. They don't remove the skin. They make a lovely red wine out of it. And Red Zinfandel is actually a very unique sort of creature. It's got not a very, very harsh attack, and the finish is very spicy. I liken it to black pepper. I find it extremely pleasant, and I thought that for a change tonight, we would try some Red Zinfandel. Now, we're also going to make a comparison, because I went to buy the Red Zinfandel. I'm very fond of the Ravenswood label, but I noticed there were 2 of them, as you can see. There's this one here, which says it's from Sonoma County, and this one here, which says it's from the Napa Valley. One of them was $5 more expensive than the other. They're both Red Zinfandel, so we're going to compare them tonight, and we're going to see just which one is better and why there's a $5 difference. Now, another thing about Red Zinfandel that you should know, it's not really beginner wine, because for reasons I really don't know, and I really don't care, Red Zinfandel is about 50% higher in alcohol than your average Riesling. This bottle here is 15% alcohol. Riesling runs about 9 to 11. So you get more bang for your buck with the Red Zinfandel. This is usually the wine that I will drink on a cold winter night when I'm sitting in my swirly tub in the other room over there, just letting my cares soak away and turning into broth, drunken broth at that. So we're going to go ahead and open this up. I very much hope that Caraway is in the audience tonight, because I've got the Wine Rabbit here. A wonderful invention. They call it the Wine Rabbit because it looks like a rabbit. For those of you who've never seen it work, I'm going to affix it to this bottle. And you see, you simply do this. That goes down, and then you pull up. And you have a lovely open bottle. Now we're going to let that breathe for a moment. Red wines need to breathe. I don't know why, they just do. So I'm going to take the cork out of here. Make sure that the cork is moist, has not crumbled, because if the cork is crumbled, you have compromised the seal to your wine. It should not have any mold or ickiness on it. Got a nice aroma, it's not musty. So that is the Sonoma County. We are now going to open the Napa Valley, and we're going to let this one breathe as well. There we are. This is why I like rabbits so much. They uncork my wine. Yep. Nice moist cork, all in good shape. We'll put the rabbit over here. And let's start with the Napa Valley, shall we? Now, the glass tonight, you might notice a white wine glass tends to be a little straighter. Red wine glasses, the best ones are round. They have a lot of air space in them. That's for the breathing. We're going to pour this out. It's getting some breath right there, as a matter of fact. Now, they say you should leave a lot of head space in the top for oxygen to get in. There's plenty of oxygen in the room. I don't believe in leaving a lot of head space in the top because that's waste. So, it's got that peppery aroma. I can already smell it. Now, you might also notice I'm dressed a little differently tonight. Since this is a red wine, and it will stain terribly if I have too much of it and spill it all over myself, I am wearing my least favorite shirt, because I usually wear button-down collars. I hate tab collars. I'm wearing my least favorite tie because it's very dull. I think I wore this tie for my senior yearbook picture. And I am wearing a black lab coat. This is not True the Ranting Griffin's lab coat. This is a lab coat that I purchased at a convention a few years ago. If I stand up, it is also a Mad Scientists Union. This is Local 42. This is the North Carolina local of the Mad Scientists Union. My regular coat, Local 3.14, that's the Philadelphia local. So, without further ado, Kashito 91 says it's 8 a.m. in Eastern Australia. That's fine. It's never too early to drink wine. Cheers. Wonderful, wonderful finish. Excuse me. Now, you might see people who will take a sip and they'll inhale over it. That's to get the wine, they say, up into your nose. If I wanted to get the wine up into my nose, I would get a straw and I would snort it. I want the wine to go into this part of my face because that's where it will have the best effect. Quarter Bunny says, what are your thoughts on Lambrusco Reds? I don't know. This is the only red that I will drink. Oh, that sounds lovely, doesn't it? This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by the whatever the hell vineyard that gave me this lovely glass here. And Tromso Boy 100 says, Skål, and I say Skål back to you. Oh, and Screen Reflectnio. Tyro says, Screen Reflectnio. Is my screen reflectnioing? Oh, yes, there it is. Can you see yourselves? Here, you can see my screen. There's you guys talking. Furry Fox says, how much is lag? I don't know. I have zero lag. I see me doing my stuff in real time. Yes, cheers. Prost. Gambe. Kampai. À la bonne santé. Here's mud in your eye. That is good stuff. That is good stuff. So far, I'm very much liking the Napa Valley. And as soon as this glass is empty, we'll try the Sonoma County and see how that does. And Lucifer says, Halt weg die Scheiße. Same to you. Thank you very much. I'm very, very glad to hear it. So, a lot of folks know that I like to fly on United Airlines. Actually, that's a heathen lie. I don't like to fly on United Airlines. I hate United Airlines. They've got an awful, awful, awful track record with me. I kept a record. You see, I'm a scientist. We like to do that sort of thing. So I kept a spreadsheet from May 2014 to May 2015. In that time, both for conventions, for myself, and for work, I took a total of 63 individual airplane flights. Now, that is 16 round trips. Remember, coming from Raleigh, there's almost always a connection. So every trip I take is usually about 4 flights. Of those 63 flights, more than half were either canceled or delayed beyond what I consider to be acceptable. Of the various trips, 3 out of 4 had a delay that either gave me a misconnect, which meant I missed my connecting flight, or which required me to stay overnight. 2 of them affected international travel. So I'm not at all very happy with United Airlines. The problem is, it's United Airlines that I have the SMD card on. If you don't know what an SMD card is, ask the channel, they'll tell you. So if I wanted to switch to a different airline, I would have to start again at the bottom with no clout, no power. So I kind of like that. I would have to be an entire year building myself back up to the SMD level, and that's too big a pain. Because when you're at the SMD level, if the flight is delayed, if the flight is canceled, you're the first one they're going to rebook. That's a very, very good thing when you travel as much as I do. I don't like getting stranded. I tried something a little different when I went to Megaplex. Megaplex, if you don't know, is a wonderful little furry convention down in Orlando, in Florida. I flew down there and I had my yellow case with me. That's the wine case that you might have seen. And I decided I'm going to try a different airline. And the reason was United Airlines, to go from Raleigh to Orlando, wanted more than $500, and they wanted me to go through Chicago. So no, I didn't want to do that. Delta Airlines had a direct flight, and they would sell me a first class ticket for $420. I bought that. If I can fly first class on Delta for cheaper than I can fly in United and not have a connection, I'll do it. So I got to the airport. It was Friday morning, 6 a.m. I don't know what it is about Raleigh Airport. Friday morning at 6 a.m. It was a madhouse. It was like they're going to evacuate the state, and this was the only way out. There were thousands of people, and this is a tiny little airport. It has maybe 40 gates total. And it was wall-to-wall people, and I thought, my, this is very odd. I'm told that it's usually like that on Friday mornings. Nobody knows why. Everybody wants to go places. So I went in, and I looked at the Delta counter, and it was just mobbed. It was a carpet of people all the way out. But there was a little aisle in the carpet. And I looked through that aisle, and there was the first class check-in counter with no one standing there. And the lady standing there looking bored. So I walked through this gap in the crowd, walked up to the first class counter, put the yellow wine case onto the thing. The lady checked it in, gave me my boarding pass, and away I went. Now the next challenge is security. Security was also packed. They had the Walt Disney lines coming out, and then overflowing the Walt Disney lines and going clear through the terminal and snaking around in this random undulating conga line of travelers. But I have something called TSA pre-check. That's when you basically give the government $100 and you have an interview where the guy looks at your face and stamps "not Arab" onto your card, and then you get to go into a special line. There was nobody in the TSA pre-check line. I walked up to it, right straight to the front. The guy looked at my ID, looked at my boarding pass. I put my briefcase onto the belt, walked through, took my briefcase, and went to the gate. I thought, I'm enjoying this. I got to the gate and was sitting reading my book. I finally got around to reading some Terry Pratchett. I've been very remiss in reading Terry Pratchett, but good omens. So I was reading my book, and I heard them call the flight to Orlando. And they said, if there's anybody needing extra time, or members of the military, or people like that. And I looked around, and nobody moved. Okay. Then they said, we're now boarding the first class cabin. So I stood up, and I started walking toward the gate, and nobody else did. And I looked around, and nobody else was even moving. Nobody was looking at me. I thought, I wonder if I'm at the wrong gate. I looked at the lady. I said, is this Orlando? She said, yes, come on. So I gave her my ticket, and I boarded the flight. The lady asked, may I take your coat? Because that's what they do in first class. And she took my coat. And I sat down, and they boarded the rest of the flight. It was totally full in the back. For whatever reason, I was the only first class customer on that flight. 12 seats, I was alone, which meant I had an entire first class cabin to myself, and my own personal flight attendant. The first class flight attendant only had me. And it felt awkward because I could feel their eyes on me back there. And I said to the lady, this makes me feel odd. I feel I shouldn't be up here. And she said, well, enjoy it. So I did. And I couldn't help being a bit of a douche. I'd say to the lady, could I have a little bit of white wine, please? And she'd turn around, and I'd get up and I'd go sit in another seat. And then I'd say, could I have a napkin? I spilled a little. So she'd turn to get a napkin. I'd jump up, go to another seat. So I basically, every 10 minutes, chose a different seat for the flight down there. She caught me at one point. I was midway through the aisle, and she spun around, and I stopped, and I said, Spider on the seat, just there. Sorry, don't mind me. So we got to Orlando, and I thanked the lady, and I got off the plane. Oh, she gave me my suit jacket back, so it's always nice. And I headed down to the baggage claim, marveling at my good luck so far. I got down to the baggage claim, and the very instant I walked up to the bag belt, my yellow case came off right in front of me. And I was so startled, I almost didn't grab it. I reached and I took it off the belt. And I said, hey, this is definitely my lucky day. So I called up the hotel. I said, would you send the shuttle, please? And the lady said, certainly. Go down to 3E or some place that I'm supposed to go. So I looked around, ground transportation. I must go that way. Ground transportation. Here I come, ground transportation. So I got in the little elevator and went down, and I looked at the doors, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3. 3 is down there, and I'll go to 3E. So I went there, dragging my yellow wine case with me, and they have an automatic door. And the automatic door went, poosh, and as I walked through that automatic door, the hotel shuttle was pulling into a bay right in front of me. Now I was getting nervous, and I was looking over my shoulder, and now I'm awake. And the shuttle driver took my bag and went in, and I sat down, and I was sitting in the seat like this. He said, is everything all right, sir? I said, no. And I told him the story. And he said, well, it sounds like you're having a perfect day. I said, I don't like that. Something's gonna happen. It cannot be this perfect. Something's gonna happen. He said, well, sir, what could possibly happen? I said, hey, you don't know me very well, do you? The van could drive into a time warp and we wind up in prehistoric Florida. A meteor could come crashing down on the highway in front of us. I'll get to the hotel, it'll be full of freaks and animal costumes. And the driver said, But he caught on. After a moment, he turned to me and he said, you're one of the Marcher. I said, yeah. But the rest of the story was true. I think that Delta Airlines knew that this was a United SMD customer and they were making this all happen to try to win me over. Really good effort. And, if I didn't have to go through a year's worth of non-SMD, I'd certainly consider it. And Soren Switchfield says, I sound a bit tired. Do I? I don't feel tired. Kyle wants to know, did you have a good at the Grumpy stream? I did. I had several goods. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I had several goods, believe me. And Tom Soapboy 100, how am I doing? Real good and getting better by the sip. However, Soren, thank you very much for your concern. I didn't mean to discount you. Yeah, I'm not tired. Screw you. No. It was very, very kind of you to ask. Oh, boy. Volt, how was the Jägermeister red wine and absinthe at EF? That was a long time ago, and I'm never going to do that again. Ira Winterwolf wants me to go to Ireland. We'll give you free alcohol if you manage to help us with getting... You want to start a furry convention in Ireland. Don't. Run away while you can. Although I do happen to know of a French fur old friend of mine who is a convention goer who's moved to Ireland. Maybe you can throw a sack over him and drag him off and get his opinion. If you really are serious, send me an email, ceo@anthrocon.org. I will tell you how stupid you are, but then I'll give you whatever advice I can. Campionnel, if your favorite restaurant ran out of wine. Funny you should say that. At Anthrocon this year, some of you who went might have noticed the grand restaurant, the original fish market restaurant, isn't there anymore. They got rid of the fish market and substituted Bill's Burgers. Yay. Well, how nice. Bill's Burgers for the fish market. So I got there on late Tuesday night, and believe me, I just wanted a drink. The one thing I wanted was a drink. This lab coat's very hot. I'm going to open it here. And I went to Bill's Burgers, and I looked at the menu. The fish market had 400 wines. Bill's Burgers had 6. But one of them was a lovely German Riesling, exactly what I like. And the waiter came over and I said, "I'd like this one, please." And with a big smile, he said, "Oh, we're out of that one. We're not going to get any for the entire weekend." I was with the stuff crew, Talon and Cryo and Nick and those guys, and just instinctively they reached forward and took all the silverware, all the knives and sharp things, and just slid them away from me. When we had the hotel meeting the next morning, I brought this up, and I didn't want to say, "Didn't they know who I am?" But I kind of said, well, I just thought it very odd that they'd be out of the one wine that I look forward to when I'm here. And the next day, they actually went down to the wine store and they bought some wine specifically for me, which was very sweet of them. Well, I also had a little fun with the waitress. I said, "What kind of wine did you get?" Don't tell me. Pour me a glass and bring the glass to me, and then go get the bottle, and I would like you to stand in the distance with your hand over the label of the bottle and stand a good 20 feet away. And she came back and she kind of called me from behind. I turned around and she was standing there, and I took the wine and I said, Chateau Santa Michelle, Columbia Valley, Washington State, 2013. And she took her hand away from the bottle and said, "Oh my God, that's amazing." And I said, "It's really sad that I can do that." Tuzzy would like to know what the different drinks are I tried at EF. Pretty much, I had all the Riesling I could drink at EF. Night Fox, bless his heart, had the bar specifically had a stock of Riesling just for me. The bottles were labeled Duma Americana, which is stupid American. So every time I came up with my thick American accent and said, "Haben Sie Riesling aus Moselland bitter," they knew exactly what to give me. Oh, Guderian, this year was your... I'm going to move this bottle. I can't read. Guderian says this was your first Anthrocon ever. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, thank the staff. If you didn't, my fault. If you didn't enjoy it, I didn't do my job. Nero from Fool is filming some more. Now, break a leg. Don't worry, we'll fix it in post. Let's see. Oh, Rish Hooray, speaking of the white wine at the bar wasn't good. That's because you didn't have the Duma Americana wine. That's why we got the Duma Americana wine, because the white wine at the bar was scheisse. Oh God, it was disgusting. I couldn't stand it. And Furry Foxes says, why does Chin Long always get upset when you say hands up quite low? Well, because it doesn't make sense. Hands up quite low. Actually, it's what I'm saying is hums up quite low, which upsets him because the full sentence, oh hi, hums up quite low, he accidentally taught to me, and now he regrets it. That sentence, "Ohai hamsa kwailo," means I am an old white pervert. So it's an accurate statement, but it makes him nervous. A lot of my Asian friends have inadvertently taught me things that they really didn't want to. I'm very much like either a parrot or a small child when it comes to foreign languages. I won't remember the important things, but if you utter something out of frustration or anger in my presence, I will remember it. So that's how I learned to say "chao chi bai," which if there's any folks in there from Singapore or thereabout, they're going to be very upset. And Soren, I am not ignoring you because you said karaoke. I'm ignoring you because the screen, the channel is going up like this. And I can only like glance down periodically and see whatever happens to be in front of my eyes at one time. But I was going to sing karaoke at Eurofurence this year. They were all prepared for me to. I was going to do it for charity. The problem is, they didn't get it started on time. It was very late at night, and I'm old, in case you couldn't tell. So there was no way I could stay up that late, so I simply had to go to bed. Zinsky, with the elevators, a success at this year's AnthroCon? No, they will be next year. At the post-con meeting, I did smile and say I was disappointed in the performance of the elevators. We're going to need to work on that. So we are going to work on that. Rainclaw would like to know how old I am. How old do I look? Go ahead, I won't be offended. Meanwhile, have I ever had a recorder league? I don't think so. If I can't say it, I haven't drunk it. Here go the numbers. Blah, 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 blah. All right, stop it with the numbers. I am 50 years old. I was born in 1965. Riff Logic, as old as the Constitution. Funny you should mention that. Any Singaporeans in the channel, raise your hand, because I am older than the Republic of Singapore. I am older than your entire country. Oh, God. All right, where's the guys from Singapore? Not a one. I think they've learned. They didn't want to hear me say "chao chi bai" or something like that. And they didn't want to hear me say "chico pe amo." Kashito's parents are currently living in Singapore. Do not say "chao chi bai" to them, whatever you do. Oh, hey, Two's here. Hey, Two, how you doing? This is not your lab coat. This is my lab coat. I still have yours. I'm going to bring it to Arizona. I had it cleaned at the dry cleaners because it kind of smelled like you. It needed it. So, long story. Tyro, did you get the picture of you and Ushi I sent? I don't know if I did, Tyro. Did you send it to my email? Because I don't recall it. Oh, and Pazuzu, hi from Mozoland. Hello, good to see you. And since Two is here, I am going to give you a preview of my next wine stream. Would you like to know what the wine will be at my next wine stream? This was given to me at Eurofurence, and as soon as I saw it, I said, oh yes, the next wine stream will be sacramental wine. You cannot write stuff like this. This was given to me and I said, dude, you're putting me the hell on. So the next wine stream will be sacramental wine. But that is for another day. We have the red for tonight. To my friend, I wish you were here because we had so damn much fun when we did the wine stream together last time. You have to come back out. Tronso Boy, did you enjoy Eurofurence? I always enjoy Eurofurence. Of course I did. What a silly question. Oh, James Blue Jay would like me to finish that glass so we can get back. I'm getting there. We've got a whole stream to go. Peter Cat would like to know, does brie wine pair well with brie cheese? We will find out. Good idea. I'm going to have some brie on the next channel. Okay, Kage 2 says greater than Laurel and Hardy. Okay, I'll buy that, but if there's comparison being made, which of us is which? I'd like to know. Oh, Crystal Aristochats, what is the oddest wine pairing that you have tried? I don't know. I've never really done any unusual wine pair. I do like to drink white wines with red meat, which is a no-no, but it's just my taste. That's how it works. You still talking like a pirate too. Drax, comma, my dear boy, punctuation, please. We need it. Trump's boy, would you challenge two to a chug? No, I do not do that. I do not challenge people to drink. You would not make it. Ever since that time in London, when we got into the drinking contest with the Scots, and two got so utterly shit-faced that he stumbled off to the restroom, wound up going into the women's restroom, and came back blarging on himself and going like, he's got no urinals in this room. That was my excuse for taking him and saying, guys, I think I need to put my friend to bed, okay? Yeah. What's all going on here? The best cheap wine you've tasted? Quarter Bunny would like, no, actually, I hate to say it, but good old Beringer White Zinfandel. It's sweet, it goes down easy, it'll kick your ass. That's my guilty pleasure. Beringer White Zinfandel. Again, that's the stuff your grandmom drinks with an ice cube in it. I drink it too. Hi, Guard. You were in London. That was a long, damn. Hey, Feathers, what year were we in London? Was that 2006, 2007? Something like that? Sully, is it bad that I'm playing Xbox while trying to teep this? Yes, it is. James Blue Jay, the worst wine you've ever had. Do you mean the worst wine that was supposed to taste like that? Or the worst wine that went bad? Some of you may remember one of my earlier wine streams when I had bum wine. I tasted bum wine. Night Train Express, don't. Just don't. It is not your friend. Spiffy Pop, do you plan to do a stream with two anytime soon? Do I plan to? In other words, have we a date? No. Do I want to? Hell yes. The next time I have the opportunity, I'm going to drag him out here by his earlobes if I must. The man is dear old friend of mine. He is the little brother I never had or got to torment. And my mom absolutely adores him. So, my dear friend, this is an open invitation. We want you to come back, and when you do, we shall have another wine stream on my amazing white couch. Oxide Fox, does Kage ever do charity streams? I never have. Doesn't mean I never will. Just I never have. Oh boy, Soren, please tell us about the Red Cross story. I'll tell you what, Soren. Later in the evening, when I'm a little bit more tipsy, ask me the Red Cross story and I'll tell you. Oh, Spiffy Pop, wine on a white couch. White wine on a white couch. It vanishes. Servari Dakara, have you ever been shit-faced? Oh, yes. Hell yes. 2 years ago at Eurofurence, as a matter of fact, when I made up a little sign, I thought I would raise money for charity. Oh, I am silly Uncle Kage. I will do a silly thing, raise money for charity. I made a little sign, and I had my wine there, and I made a little sign, and the sign said, I will drink stuff, €5. And I put a little can in front of me, and I put the sign out, and anytime somebody put €5 in the can, I take a drink. 1,500 euros later, I was shit-faced. Oh, good Lord, was I ever shit-faced. Fortunately, there is no video of that evening anywhere, which is to my everlasting relief. There are many stories floating around. Oh, Kage was at karaoke. Oh, Kage tried to hit on Tiny Darial in front of Night Fox. Oh, Kage threw up in the elevator. But there is no video of it. So, you know, it's in the past and no one will ever know. Dear friends, the worst shit-faced experience you've ever had. Easy. Oh, God. The evening in Germany, when I thought it would be a good idea to take a giant, what we would call in America, 16-ounce glass and mix equal parts red wine, Jägermeister, and absinthe from the Czech Republic. I woke up dead the next morning. I mean, seriously, decomposition, lividity, everything. I was dead. Rigor mortis, you name it. Okay, Jack Tail, next question. Oh, has the Jim Cummings limo video been released yet? Maybe I should. Maybe I should put it on the YouTube. It's a little brief video clip that Big Blue Fox shot of Jim Cummings' arrival at Anthrocon. Many of you know the story, how Mr. Cummings got not the world's greatest limousine driver, that when he came round the little horseshoe in front of the Westin, bumped up on the curb, I later discovered scraped the door of the limousine on the concrete, and then bam, slammed back down. I remember that. I remember that. What I do not remember is in the video, because BBF's video shows the limousine going boom and then bam, back down, and then a very familiar voice saying, "Motherfucker!" I do not remember saying that, or especially shouting it at the top of my lungs so that the entire city of Pittsburgh could hear it. Oh, Tussle, I know your Patreon says 1K, you'll go anywhere in the US and Canada, but how much to get me to go to Germany? Oh boy, yeah, 1,800 US dollars, because that, see, I got to buy the ticket, I got to get over there, and we still have to have a little bit left over to make it worthwhile to buy the wine. So we'll call it $1,800. For $1,800, I'll take a trip to Germany and drink. God, I love this business. It's wonderful. Haggard, what was your first FurCon? Conference 3 in California in 1992, January. I remember it well. Drax Dragon, how much for UK? It's about the same to get from the America to the UK. I would say $1,800 as well. And the way the dollar is going right now, you guys want to wait. The dollar is a little too strong. Wait until, you know, it crashes again and it's $400 to the pound. Then you can bring me over. But right now, yeah, to go overseas, the Patreon, whatever the hell, would have to have about $1,800. Because remember, out of that comes travel expenses. Out of that comes the portion that I give to Jack Tail, to which I'm a little overdue on. I'm sorry, I'll give you some honest. Also, and this is probably the best time to tell everyone, if you are one of my patrons on Patreon, thank you very much. I'm going to tell you where the money's going. If you're not a patron on Patreon, that's okay. You can still look down there. You will see a little link that says donate. I'm shilling for money. Give me money. Oh, why should you give Uncle Kage money? Because I'm saving it. I am saving the money from the Patreon, and yeah, I'll give some to Jack, honest, but I'm saving the money from the Patreon, and the donations that come in through that little link down there are going into a fund for my next special guest. The special guest is willing, but we need to get the money in order to bring him over, and we're going to need a lot more. Well, Uncle Kage, who is the special guest? Just like that. Oh, thank you for asking me who the special guest is intended to be. We are tentatively targeting either December or January. If we can get more donations, maybe a little bit earlier. But I am bound and determined to have the immortal Fox Amore here on this Winestream. What will he do? I don't know. We'll figure it out then. I'll fill him full of Guinness and he'll be silly. But I want to have Fox and More here because that would kick ass. But we're going to need your help to make that happen. So again, you got that little donate button down there. Open your hearts, open your wallets, open your minds, dump that filthy money into that thing there, and maybe we shall have a Scottish fox sitting next to me on the white sofa, and I'll be drinking white wine, and he'll be drinking Guinness. And maybe he can bring that little tootly thing that he blows in and makes music, whatever. It's like a musical dildo. You ever seen that thing he blows into? Soren Swifttail, what's the first wine you ever had? Believe it or not, the first wine I ever had was Chardonnay, and I hated it. I never thought I would drink wine again. Let's see. Ira Winterwolf, which is better, Anthrocon or Eurofurence? I enjoy Eurofurence more, but at Anthrocon everything starts on time. Yeah. Caraway, musical dildo? Yeah. Tell him, it's like this dildo with he blows into it and makes music. It's amazing. Zorako, what's your opinion of an Irish FurryCon? Honestly, Zorako, if you have the membership for it, if there is a large group of Irish furries, go for it. If you've got 9 or 10 blokes hanging out in a pub, that's not enough. You cannot just expect that people will magically come in. You need a solid fan base to start a local convention. Work your way up to it. Have it in a pub. When you overflow the pub, get like one function room in a hotel. When you overflow that, then you have a convention. Tuzzy, stationed in Germany. Tuzzy, do I understand then that you are a member of the military? I'd like to know. Tiernan. Oh, hi, Tiernan. Hi, Tiernan. Tiernan is a green dragon, a very old friend of mine. Well, he's not old, but he's a friend who is old. But he's not old. I'm old, and he's a friend who's been a friend a long time. What should I draw with you in the right corner of my own live stream? I want a picture. I want you to draw me sitting in Godzilla's hand drinking sake. How's that? And sharing it with him, like two friends. How's that? Because Tiernan likes monsters. We'll have him draw that. And Kaiwin, have you ever had Sawano Tsuru sake before? I don't think I have. I'm not familiar with it. Let's see. Tyro, Demon Slayer sake, that is Onikodoshi. That is what Tianlong was drinking last night. There are several different labels that use the word Onikodoshi. It's generally a very good sake. Moth Monarch says, Godzilla's huge, you're a bug? Not true. Not true. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Haru Nakajima. Mr. Nakajima was the actor who was in the Godzilla suit from 1954 all the way up till 1972. This is the man who was Godzilla, and he's this tall. I was like, dude, really? It was a little bit of a letdown. Fascinating man, though. He had an interpreter, and he was answering questions. I got to get a story out of him because he's answering questions about, yes, I was Godzilla, yes, they did this, Mr. Tanaka, Mr., and I asked him about his World War II service. He brightened, and he was excited to talk about that. The actor who played Godzilla was drafted into the Imperial Japanese Navy in 1945. They basically put him in a wooden peach crate and rocked it back and forth and said, now you're a trained pilot, and sent him off with a kamikaze. He wasn't a very good one. He got shot down, and then he got captured, and he said he spent the rest of the war on a beach in Hawaii, which really was not the worst way to spend the rest of the war. When he got repatriated, he got work where he could. He was working at Toho Studios. He was a strong man, very broad-shouldered, very muscular. And he was working on the back lot. And one of the directors, Mr. Eiji Tsuburaya, was wandering around, and he saw Mr. Nakajima, and he said, hey, you, kid, come here. You look strong. get into this 100-pound costume. And that pretty much is how he got the job. Wonderful, wonderful little man. But again, Godzilla is only this high. It's all special effects, makes him look big. I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble, but it's all like camera angles and stuff. Darren Sankari, let's not go there. Oh, thank you, Mothwarner. I have lots of cool stories. Some I tell to people, some I don't. They're other people's stories. I shouldn't tell other people's stories, but he's not here, so I'll tell it. Let's see. Matthew B. No, Matthew B. Godzilla is like 5'0". I'm sorry, he's a midget. Kim Griffin, Kim Davis, ideas. One of the most sadly misguided people on the face of this planet. I don't normally wax religious, but I will, just for right now. I hear all these people out there saying, oh, God doesn't want this. God hates this. God does not want. God dislikes. God hates. God hates you. God hates fags. God hates. God hates. God hates. How do you know? He told me. God told me to hate. The God that I was taught about in Sunday school would never tell somebody to hate. The devil would tell someone to hate. Who exactly have you been listening to? To borrow Two's line, that's all I have to say about that. Rip Logic. Would you ever think about running an election if it was me versus Trump? I'd win, and I don't want the job. Thank you very much. No. Trump's boy, would I ever go to a Norwegian con? If they invited me, I'd certainly go. What else? Jesus, what's your favorite beer? Jesus, I don't like beer. I have never liked beer. It just does not appeal to me. I suspect that there is an emotional element to it. The taste of beer is not pleasing to me, but also when I was growing up, I am a PhD scientist, yeah, but I come from a very blue-collar family. My dad was a working man, very proud of that too. And he used to hang out with other working men. When I was growing up, my impression of beer was 6 packs of Schlitz and Michelob, and gentlemen, it didn't leave the best impression on me as a youngster. How's that? So maybe that's why I don't like beer. Soren Swifttail, if you tell the Red Cross story, put the stream on YouTube. Soren, the Red Cross is organized crime. I'm a little bit worried about telling the story because I could meet with an unfortunate accident. But okay, for right now, why not? If I meet with an unfortunate accident, you know who to go after. I'm going to take you back to the middle of the 19th century. Was it 1858 or 1859? Somewhere in that region of time. There is a Swiss businessman. He was traveling to do some business down in Italy. He was on his way, I think it was the King of Naples or something silly he was going to see. He was traveling past a village called Solferino. His name was Henri Dunant. And Mr. Dunant looked out the window of his carriage and was horrified to see a battlefield strewn with thousands of dying men. These were the days when there was no medical corps. If you were injured on the battlefield, they left you there. If you were an officer, they might come pick you up. If you were an enlisted man and you were lucky, your friends might come and find you. But he looked out the window. The armies of France and Austria, I believe, and Italy for that matter, had been having a knockdown, drag-em-out battle that day. And as the day was waning, the battle was done, there were so many wounded and dying men on the field calling for help. And Mr. Dunant was just horrified at what he saw. He told his driver, stop right now. And he jumped out of the wagon and he ran onto the battlefield, and he was trying to help these men, but there were so many of them. So he ran into the village of Solferino. Very charismatic man. He basically gathered the villagers up, appealed to their humanity, to their Christianity, and said, we have to help these men. I don't care. They're German, they're Austrian, they're Italian. They're dying. They need help. So he rallied the townspeople. And the townspeople went en masse out in the field, and they got as many of the wounded men as they could save. They brought them back. They tended to them. They bound their wounds. They gave them water. If there was no saving them, they would take dictation, last messages to your loved ones. Many were saved. Some were not, but at least families got a last letter. Dunant never actually got to his place of business. He turned around and went back to Geneva, stunned and moved by what he had seen. So he got a bunch of his rich friends together, and he said, there needs to be an organization that is politically neutral, because that was the word of the day. These soldiers would be gathered up, and an Italian person would be ministering to an Austrian, and we're at war. And the Austrian soldier would say, you do know that I'm Austrian. And the people of the town, what they said was, tutti fratelli, all brothers. At this point, the war is done. We are all brothers now. Tutti fratelli. So Dunant took that idea back to Geneva, and he got a bunch of his rich friends together and said, we're going to form an organization whose job it is to tend to soldiers on the battlefield who are now no longer combatants. We will be a neutral organization. We will not be a member of the combating forces. We are going to go under a flag of truce and help out the men that we can. And they chose as their emblem, they took the Swiss flag, which is a white cross on a red background, and they reversed it and made a red cross on a white background. And they called themselves the International Committee of the Red Cross. Those were momentous events and grand ideas. That emblem, which stood for the longest time for humanity and mercy and assistance, has since been corrupted. It now stands for greed. It now stands for corruption. It now stands for, I'm going to make as much money off the suffering of others as I can. Why do I say that? I was a senior Red Cross volunteer in Philadelphia. I was the guy who gave the money out to disaster victims. If you think for one brief minute that 91% of your donations to the Red Cross goes straight to disaster victims, you got another thing coming. 91%, my ass. We did a little calculation, myself and the members of my team. We went back through the records for a year, back in the 1990s when we were still with them. And we calculated we had given away about $1 million straight to disaster victims. But the chapter had brought in $11 million in donations. How did that add up? Well, it all depends on what you call direct assistance to disaster victims. Renting luxury vehicles for the staff, that's direct assistance to disaster victims. Purchasing a $4,000 extinct wood bookcase for the CEO, that counts as direct assistance to disaster victims. Don't say Red Cross to me. I've had my fill of them. Sorry, he got me started. You can blame him. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, and Frost Fox. Had too much to drink? No, I've not. I told you that sober. Let's change the subject. Savara Dakara. Do I like chips and salsa? I do. I love chips and salsa. Does it go well with wine? It goes well with sangria. Sangria is cheap red wine mixed with fruit juice. That's basically what sangria is. And chips and salsa is delightful with it. The wine glass is empty. It's echoing. Oh, it is. It is echoing. Pazuzu says it's echoing. We'll work on it. Striker Chegwar says, Doctors Without Borders. Striker, I do not have data. I do not know. I cannot answer your question. I will make no judgment because I cannot. I'm a scientist. So now everybody's saying echo. Am I echoing? If I am echoing, tell me. Because what I'm going to do now is I might try another speed test. Because, yes, let's see. I'm going to jump off here. I'm going to try a speed test and see what's going on. Here we go. Because I've been accusing Time Warner Cable of throttling me down. Now, it was a very, very good upload and download speed when I first started this stream. Let's see what it is now. Well, the download speed is still about what it was. We're at 36 megablips, or whatever the heck that unit is. Speedtest.net, by the way. The important thing will be upload speed. Let's see how that goes. Upload speed is... thinking about it. Actually, not too terribly bad. It's running about 5. It was 6 when we first started, now it's 5. So I don't think they're throttling me down. So right now, I'll glare at Jack Tail and say, why am I echoing? My internet is working. Okay, I'll send you more money. Upgrade your server. How's that? Is it my phone again? No, here is my phone. It is off. You see, it is not the phone. It says, mute the mic on the OBS window. Okay. You mean this one? How's that work? Do you hear me now? I muted the mic. That worked? I'll take that to yes. Yay, okay, it worked. Okay, yes. Okay, Jack, you're off the hook. I'll still send you some money, though. Remember, if you give us money down there, not only can I send money to Jack Tail, but we are saving up money to bring the amazing Fox Moore out to be on the Winestream. And who knows, if we have money left over, maybe I'll drag 2 out here again because I love the man to pieces. Tyro, what's my favorite chocolate? Lint chocolate, especially the dark chocolate truffles. I absolutely love Lint chocolate truffles. They're amazing. Dragon Mobile, the biggest change in the fandom in the last 20 years. That's an excellent question. The biggest change in the fandom. Fursuits. 20 years ago, there were no fursuits. Oh, there were a couple. It was almost all the same person. There was like 1, maybe 2 fursuit makers, and those were the fursuits. We had Yippee Coyote, who's been a fursuiter since forever, and we've had suits from that guy. You know who I'm talking about. Somebody say it. The whole fursuiting thing has really taken off in the last 20 years. You had maybe 3 or 4 fursuits years ago. Even in 2003, I think Anthracon's fursuit parade had 55 fursuits in it. Now look how many there are. It's just going up and up and up. Oh, T'Chall, will you ever see Grandma and Grandpa Kage and their wives? No. You might have noticed last Winestream, we had my mother's dear friend Ursula Opitz here on the Winestream. We didn't tell Mom. If Mom knew about the Winestream, she would be here drinking all the wine. So no, she doesn't know about the Winestream. I'm keeping it a secret as long as I can. Allegra Fox, have you ever had a Kit Kat? Yes, it's chocolate. I eat it. It's a snack. Riff Logic, if you had the option to fursuit any character in the next convention, which would it be? Wow, that's out of the blue. I had to think about that one for a while. If I had an option to be any fursuit character I wanted to be. Sarjuan. Yeah, I'd fursuit as Sarjuan. Yeah. Let's see. Soren's, scroll up in the chat real fast. Okay, I'm scrolling up the chat real fast. What am I looking for? Yes, you will never bring that story up again. Well, you notice what happens when you do. I get very, very... Okay, all right. Okay, now somebody's saying turn up the mic. I can't turn up the mic because it's muted. So I don't know what the hell to do. All right, let's try this. Let's go to the properties for the Logitech and this and the microphone. Oh, wait a minute. How's this? Is the sound better? I found something. Is the sound better? Somebody says, don't turn up the mic. It's fine. This guy says, turn up the mic. Yes, better, better, better. Some people say it's not better. Too much better. Not too much better. Yes, yes, better, better. Oh, fuck it. Okay, great. I'm glad. Thank you very much. Guess what? It's time to see how Sonoma compares to the Napa Valley. Here we go. By the way, when you pour wine, there should be a little twist to it because that prevents a little spillage, which I had just a tiny bit of there. There we go. Okay, Napa Valley versus Sonoma. This is Sonoma. It tastes exactly the same. It is exactly the same. I spent $5 more for exactly the same. Hey, too. I like this shit. This is Ravenswood Red Zinfandel. This is my favorite Red Zinfandel. My second favorite Red Zinfandel. My favorite Red Zinfandel I only see periodically. It's from Kenwood Vineyards, and it's the Jack London label. It's got a wolf on it. That's why I bought it in the first place. It's wolf wine. That is the best Red Zinfandel, but this is my favorite when the wolf wine's not here. And it does not suck. It is. If it sucked, I would not be drinking it. You be quiet. Soren Swiftjail, bathroom break time? Not yet. I'll let you know, believe me. Let's see. Is it bad that it took me 20 minutes to donate while being shot at on Xbox? I'm sorry. As long as you donated, that's all that matters. And we thank you very much. Again, every dollar brings us closer to our goal of flying Fox Moore out here. And again, what will he do on the Winestream? We don't know. We'll get him drunk and we'll find out. Kaiwin, do you like cats or dogs? I'm a dog person. I like cats, but given my druthers, I definitely prefer dogs. Tyro, resent the picture of me and Ushi. Thank you very much. I will look later. I'm trying to save my processor power here. Pazuzu says there's a white wine called Der mit dem Wolf. Get me some. I'd like to try it. Tromso Boy, can I donate tomorrow? Absolutely. Just go to the little button down there. I think it's still there when I'm not streaming. And High Top, one of the statements about the human species having the worst sense of smell in the animal kingdom. How does the sense of taste compare? I don't know. I have looked at the sense of smell, and I know we have a dreadful sense of smell. We do have a fairly developed sense of taste, however. How it compares to the rest of the animal kingdom, I do not know. Richard, favorite Disney movie? Well, The Lion King is certainly up there. I liked The Black Hole when it came out. That was Disney's first R-rated film. Yay. Also, Beauty and the Beast. Even though the ending kind of sucked, I really liked Beauty and the Beast. Zorako, do you have any preference when you're drinking wine? Absolutely. White wines, Mosel Valley, Germany, no older than 3 years. Rieslings, thank you very much. I am extremely picky. Failing that, I'm not picky. Any old rot-gut white Zinfandel in a box will do. Allegro Fox, do I like classic cars? Not really. My mom does, though. She would be very, very impressed. She loves classic cars. And Furry Foxes says he can't hear me anymore. Can anybody else not hear me? Okay, Furry Foxes, this is for you. Boink! There. James Blue Jay, do I have a favorite stage musical? I really did like Chicago. I liked Chicago a lot. I would say that's my favorite stage musical. Oh, wait. How can I forget? I like Chicago, but my all-time favorite stage musical is Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. I saw it when George Hearn and Angela Lansbury were playing the lead roles. That was amazing. I should like to see George Takei's musical. How can you make a musical of the suffering of Japanese in an internment camp? But he's made a musical called Allegiance, and it is on my list. I would very much like to see Allegiance sometime. Haggard, if you're banished to the USA, where would you move to? Germany. I love Germany. Let's see. Hi, Top. What's the oldest wine you've had? I've had a Riesling from 1986. Usually Rieslings do not last long, but this stuff was bottled very, very well, and it was exquisite. Kaiwin, what's your, I'm sorry, Tromso boy, anything you want to say to the fellow Norwegian furries? Yes. Skål. How's that? Kaiwin, my favorite Japanese food, other than sake. I do like sukiyaki. I am very, very fond of sukiyaki. I'm back. Kage, are you aware of the effect you have on people? Enough time around you and people start thinking more and pronouncing things. Really? I didn't know. Wow. I would like to see some data on that, honestly. Have I been following the Ig Nobel Awards? Of course, I love the Ig Nobel Awards. And Lepus Europus Umbra, have I ever been to Oktoberfest? No, I've not, because it lasts for 6 goddamn weeks, and they tell me it's very, very touristy. I do, however, spend New Year's in Germany. The Silvester celebration is my absolute favorite. Screw your Oktoberfest. I love Silvester, the New Year celebration, because there is a lot of liquor flowing there, and they shoot off more ordnance than we dropped on all of Berlin. And 2 says, my favorite Japanese food is shawarma. That is not Japanese. Oh boy, Whitefire. What degree would you suggest for those planning on going to college? Whitefire, listen, I am the last person you want to get education or career advice from. Just take my word for it. You don't want my opinion on that. Dear friends, what's the last thing I watched on Netflix? What is the last thing I watched on Netflix? Oh boy, it was a movie. Oh God, what was it called? Somebody help me. It was an amazing movie about, it's a futuristic, barren landscape. The earth has gotten cold and there's a train that's going around the world. It's just a train in this frozen landscape. What the hell was it called? Snowpiercer. Yes, Snowpiercer. I love that movie, and that's the last thing I saw on Netflix. Crystal Aristocats. Charity donation large enough I have to be sober for 24 hours? I could be sober for 24 hours. I'll tell you what, Crystal Aristocats, if someone wanted to set up a charity thing that was, let's have Kage be sober, let's be fair. I would make it, $5 an hour. Doesn't have to be, 24 hours. For every hour that I am sober, we will collect $5. Couldn't go more than a month. I don't think so. I could go a month. Yeah, we'll do that. If anybody wants to set up a charity thing, $5 for every hour that I spend sober, go for it. That includes sleeping hours, by the way, because those are easy. Darren Sankari, have you ever had a partner or girlfriend other than... Oh, I am not Tu's girlfriend. Thank you very much. We do not have a romantic relationship. We're brothers. That would be sick. I dated Nancy Allen when I was in college, and I dated Dawn Nelson when I was in grad school. And then off and on, I've had some, engagements, not literal engagements, but, engagements since then. But I am still unencumbered right now. I see all my friends get married and then divorced 10 years later, so fuck that. Why should I? Marinette works at a Red Cross blood donation service. Okay. Moth Monarch, you will regret it. No, I won't. No, I won't. People aren't, okay. We're not going to get that kind of money, so I'm not scared. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Zippy the Irish Wolf. Hi there. Also glad to getting married. I say thumbs up. Listen, Popeye said it best. Women is the bunk. Trust me, they are. And men are scum. Trust me, I am one. Girls, you do not want to get married to a man. We suck. Darren Sakari, am I excited about Zootopia? I'll wait till it comes out. I don't like to get excited about movies before they come out because I'm almost always disappointed. Pacific Rim is an exact, example of that. Also, help Caraway. Why does Caraway need my help? Tell me. For yet unnamed, my favorite Ig Nobel Award that's been given through the years. I think that was the one given for people studying owl vomit. That was a great one. Let's see. Sunny Smilodon. Know any good jokes? Yes, I do, but I don't tell them because I'm not that kind of comic. Crescent, $3,600 for a sober month. Look, you set up some sort of, I don't know, Patreon or something that will track donations. If you can set that up and have it go to a worthwhile charity, I don't do this for people, I would do it for charity. If you can set something up, a Soberathon, I guess, as long as it was tracked, I would do it. $5 an hour. But I don't think you can do it. Pilosis, have you ever tried to brew your own booze? I didn't, but my buddy Benny, he and I were kind of playing around with ginger ale. I love ginger. It's one of my favorite fruits. Benny got a recipe for ginger ale, and he was making homebrew ginger ale. And he gave me a bunch of bottles of his ginger ale that he had just made. Now, we're not talking Canada Dry ginger ale. We're talking actual ale made from ginger. It had yeast in it and everything. And it was in a box. And Benny told me after 48 hours, I had to put it in the refrigerator. Okay, I can do that. But then I got busy. It was in my downstairs bathroom. And then I think I went away for the weekend. It was down there for 3 days, and then I went away for the weekend, and I was gone Monday, Saturday, Sunday. I came back Monday, went straight to work. Monday night, I got home. It had been about 5 or 6 days now. As soon as I walked in the door, I smelled both yeast and ginger. Okay. And I opened the door to the downstairs bathroom. All of the bottles had detonated from the buildup of pressure. There was glass embedded in the wooden door from these bottles as they had blown up. That was the last time we ever tried that. Vinda, it's kind of late here in Norway, so I'm kind of drunk. Skål. The difference between ginger ale and ginger beer is the amount of ginger. Yeah, I love ginger. Darren Sankari, do you have a phobia? Actually, yes, I do. I have a very, very mild claustrophobia. I can handle some enclosed spaces. I didn't realize I had a very, very mild claustrophobia until the first time I had an MRI. You will find out that you've got claustrophobia when you have an MRI because they basically put you in a coffin and leave you in there for frickin' 2 hours. My favorite chemical. Favorite chemical is sodium. I love sodium. Have I ever tried eating a ginger root on its own? Yes, I do love ginger, and when I cook with ginger, I sometimes nom on the root when I'm done. Drax, have you ever had moments when you want to just ignore the furry fandom exists? Honestly, Drax, there are times when I've just said, oh, to hell with this. Fortunately, it hasn't lasted. This is my community. These are my people. I can't abandon it, but sometimes it's difficult. Oh, Soren Swifttail, have a good night. Thank you for coming. Wovaka, my worst nightmare. I've had some very, very bad nightmares. Some have actually woken me up and had me so upset I couldn't get back to sleep. I'll have to think for a while as to what the worst one was. Would the Immortan Kage be a good idea? Since I don't know what it is, no. Oh, good night, furry foxes. Yes. Zombie, how did you get in the furry fandom? Worldcon 1989, Boston, Massachusetts. There was a little table, a fan table, that had a sign on it that said furry fandom. It was Steven Stadnicki and John Nunemacher, and they had all these cartoon animals that we used to call them funny animals, but the way they were presenting them, they didn't have to be funny anymore. They were telling amazing stories with them. They also had artwork from this unknown comic artist, a young guy named Stan Sakai, and this character called Usagi Yojimbo. I was hooked at that point. To your Scooty. Thank you, my friend. I hope to see you here very, very soon. Let's see. Where do you see the fandom going the next 10 years? Up, exactly where it's going now. It'll get bigger. There'll be more people, more mainstream. Let's face it, I've always said that furry fandom is where Star Trek fandom was 20 to 25 years ago, and that holds. The world is starting to realize, hey, these aren't a bunch of weirdos. These are people of imagination. That's what I'm trying to foster. When we get to the point that, people look at furries as ordinarily and as almost affectionately as they look at Star Trek, my job here is done. Oh, Haggard, how much has the web had on the fandom? It's had a lot. Furry fandom would not be here without the World Wide Web. We are very much an internet-based fandom because that's what brought us together in the first place. Let's see. And Kaiowin says, Foo the 12 and 4. Yeah, okay, great. What year to protect the U.S. will get its first furry president? You're never going to know. Hell, I think Mr. Obama's a furry. His motorcade went by Anthrocon 4 or 5 years ago. You can't tell me that was an accident. But, presidents don't advertise their hobbies. We've probably had presidents who were Star Trek fans. We've probably had presidents who are Babylon 5 fans. They don't go talking about that. They're too busy pandering to the religious right or whatever the hell presidents do these days. London Furs recently had an issue with furs behaving inappropriately. We are our own worst enemy, Stone Wolf. If you have furs behaving inappropriately, there's not much you can do. I understand the Thames is very, very deep. Shun them, push them out, let the world know these guys aren't with us. Smack them around, take them out back. Do whatever you gotta. I'll just leave it at that. Yes, Drex, Obama is an Anthro sea cucumber. That is his personal furry. That is his persona. Hector Joel says, a picture of him and Nichelle Nichols. Okay, that doesn't mean he's a Trekkie. That means he admires Nichelle Nichols. For those of you who do not know, Nichelle Nichols was Lieutenant Uhura on the original Star Trek series. You must understand, we live in a we live in a more enlightened age than the 1960s were. Well more. Lieutenant Uhura was among the first, if not the first, female African-American character who was not a maid or some similar sort of thing. Uhura was intelligent, she was capable, she was respectable, she was looked up to by her peers on the Enterprise. This was something that America had never seen before. A black woman in a heroic role. This was what made Star Trek so groundbreaking. It envisioned a future when we had gotten beyond all this petty differences that we're still hung up on today. The character of Lieutenant Uhura was an inspiration to many African Americans and many women at her time. So that's why President Obama wished to honor her, not just because he's a Trekkie, but because of the advances she had helped make by portraying the character the way she did in bringing social acceptance to a very backward nation. And Sunny smiled on, yes, you'd think that have seat belts in Star Trek. You'd think they'd have inertial dampers in Star Trek. We didn't know about stuff back then. Oh, well. Zombie. Did they have the first black on white kiss on American TV? There's controversy. If you look at the scene where Captain Kirk kisses Lieutenant Uhura, he embraces her and then they kind of turn. It looks like a kiss, but they're really, according to William Shatner, they didn't actually kiss. It gave the impression of a kiss between a black woman and a white man, but it never actually happened. Now, if you want to know the first interracial kiss, Spock, I believe, kissed, was it Yeoman Rand at some point? Let's face it, Spock's an alien. You can't get much more interracial than that. Sunny smiled on. Mr. Takei is awesome. Nice man with a really weird laugh. I don't care about his laugh. Mr. Takei is awesome. I look up to him more than I look up to just about any other people. He is a man of great bravery, a man who is a leader among his peers. Very, very definitely a hero to me. I love George Takei. George, I wish you'd watch my Winestream, but hell, you got better stuff to do. But here's to you. Let's see. Do you think a movie based off you and Anthropocon could be made along the same type of plot as Jurassic Park World? No, it would be a very boring movie. Trust me. Oh, Ushi! Hello, Ushi! Hello, Ushi is it? Look, there's Ushi. She was on the Winestream last time. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Oh, Ushi was here to visit with my parents. She stayed for 2 weeks. They had a lovely, lovely time. Ushi was a wonderful guest, and we wish you would come visit again. Let's see. Everybody says, Guten Abend, yeah. Hi, Top. How difficult it's been for the furry fandom to shake the image or a bunch of sexual deviants? We're always going to have that image. You know, first impressions are lasting ones. The only thing we can do is minimize it. Okay. Well, since both these Red Zinfandels seem to taste the same to me, we're going to make a blend. Similar to what we did before. There we go. We're going to have 50% Napa Valley and 50% Sonoma Valley. Sonoma Valley. That's what I'm trying to say. There we go. Yay. Yay. Oh, Delian Fox. Grüß aus Stuttgart, Uschi. Uschi kommt aus Berlin. Wir haben Berlin, wir haben Stuttgart, wir haben Moselland. I got a lot of Germans here. Any Singaporeans? Anybody from Singapore? Sound out. I want to know, do I have any Singaporeans on my channel tonight? Nisbet, any Michigan wines you like? I've had the Traverse City wines. They're a little sweet. They're definitely a dessert wine, but I do care for them, yes. Night Dragon isn't here. Dark Lurker's not here. We have no Singaporeans. This is the first time I've done a wine stream without Singaporeans to torment. Yes, and C Crit 93. I'm not Singaporean. If you hum a few bars. Did you get that? All right. I have siblings of Switzerland, the Helvetic Republic. Thank you very much. I have Ireland is Brie too. Yay. Any British wines I like? No, sorry. Did I meet any Norwegians at Anthrocon? I did. There were 2 Norwegians, and I've known Person for the longest time. Person is the Viking cat. He is the first Norwegian I ever met. Hadron Wolf, look, we should have a drink off because you're Irish. Look, I'm part Irish and part Scottish. Let's not have a drink off. Let's just be friends, okay? At Kalar is Österreich. Tyro, who's the tallest fur you know? I think the tallest fur I know, it's going to be a toss-up between, oh boy, I know a lot of tall fur. Alkali is pretty tall. Alkali is rather tall. We also have my guard dragon at Eurofurence. And, oh, we also have the white dragon. Oh, that's right, sorry. The white tiger. Help me. The white tiger is really tall. God, help me out. I'm old. What's his name? Somebody tell me. Really tall white tiger. Yeah, White Tie. Yes, White Tie. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, God, I'm old. All right. Edwin Wolf. Am I Northern or Southern Irish? I'm a black Irishman. I'm sorry. My ancestors were Irish Protestants. But you know what? I don't care. That ain't my fight. Let's see. Kage, what fine do you want me to buy at next EF? German Rieslings are always good. Also, Müller-Thurgau, also Switzerland is also one of my favorites. Have you ever found another community defining itself from the inside out? No, I have not. This is one of the joys of furry fandom. We are the first fandom I've ever seen, which is a fandom of creators and not a fandom of consumers. All of the other fandoms are consumers out there. A studio makes a movie, a writer makes a book, and people dive on it. We make our own fandom. So we are different from all the other fandoms out there. Dark Lurker! Dark Lurker's here! Yay! That was just for Dark Lurker. I've been waiting for him to show up. And Dark Lurker, let me be the first one to say, Chao Chi Bai. Where's the Australian flag? No one ever gave me an Australian flag. Hint, hint, hint. Vasquez, where and why did Fursonas originate? Right here. You might ask, where did human imagination originate? It came from us. That's simple. What? My old-time watch is ringing. Why is my watch... Guess what? It's time for artwork. Excuse me. I'm going to put this over here because I have patrons in my Patreon who ask me to draw artwork. Actually, they don't ask me to draw artwork. They ask me to draw shit, and I draw it for them. So we're going to take the bottles. We're going to put the bottles down here. And we're going to put this bottle down here. We're going to move the keyboard to someplace. I guess we'll put that over there. And now, art time. Okay, let's see. We need to get the camera, and this comes here, and the camera goes like this has to go up a little higher. There we go. No, that's my crotch. Hello, crotch. Okay, there we go. Let's see. This. How the hell does this? That's my table. Hello, table. Okay. And this here, this is my sketch pad. I have to go up higher still, don't I? Yay. Okay. Zoom, zoom. Okay, sketch pad. Zoom. Okay. All right. Everybody can see my sketch pad. All right. It is art time. First off, a shout out to all my patrons out there. Thank you very much. We've got Blackfoot Fur, we have Furry Foxes, we have Christopher Foxington, we have Rainley, we have Depp, we have Caraway, Striker Chegwar, we have Vux Kioth, we have Glitch, we have Jimbo Land, we have Chaosy Chaos, we have Floopy Snow, we have Zrygon, we have Gummy Bjorn, we have Beauty the Base, we have James Beach, we have Congo Cheetah, we have Rusty Rex, we have Terror Rage, a brand new patron, thank you very much. We've got Silent Dawn, we have James Blue Jane, we have Silver. And now it is time. Whoa, Joe, we're blurry. We've had too much to drink. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Wow. I'll keep my hand here so it will focus. Hello. We're going to focus. All right. Number one. What's the first thing we're supposed to draw? Okay. The first drawing we have from Floopy Snow. Floopy Snow would like me to draw a wine glass swimming pool. That's going to be this way. Boy, this is having trouble focusing, isn't it? Okay, wine glass swimming pool is going to go this way. All right. Wow. All right, wine glass swimming pool. First off, we are going to need a Sharpie. Here's a Sharpie. Okay, wine glass swimming pool. Here we have a wine glass. Wine glass. Yep. There we are. Wine glass. And the wine glass has to have a certain level of wine in it, right? There we go. There's the wine. And now it's a swimming pool. So we have a little figure who is swimming. And this figure is like doing the backstroke, and he's kind of splashing around in it here. And it's a swimming pool, but we also have a base. The swimming pool has to have a base. This is a stem glass, right? So we have a stem glass, kind of shaped like that, right? And we're getting fuzzy again. Don't get fuzzy on me. Stop getting fuzzy. There we go. All right. Oh boy. Okay, we're going to have two figures swimming in the swimming pool because there's one swimming this way, and that's his body, and he's doing the breaststroke. Okay, no funnies, no funnies. Yes, he's doing the breaststroke because that's what it looks like. And he's like splashing around in there. And then here we've got the figure that's swimming in the wine glass actually was in here too long and drowned. So he's sinking to the bottom. There we go. Okay, that's Uncle Kage. And this is for, who the hell is this for again? I can never remember. Oh, this is for Floopy Snow. Yay, Floopy Snow. I'm going to start writing this on here because after the Winestream, I can never remember who the hell these are for. All right. So let's go next picture. Zrygon, the finest sake large enough for 1 year's consumption for you and the Long Brothers. That's easy. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, finest sake large enough for 1 year's consumption for you and the Long Brothers. Okay, we need a bottle. Here's a bottle. There's the neck, and the bottle kind of comes out like this, and it comes out like that, right? And it comes like, and that's a bottle. It's a very tall bottle, and it's very tall. I need some photo reference here. I lost my keyboard. Here it is. Hi, keyboard. All right. Yay! Actually, that's not English. Let's do this. Okay. How the hell much wine have I had? Yay! All right. I need. No. Wow. Oh boy. Okay, that's more photo reference than I think I know what to do. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Yay. We're going to say, yeah, we're going to go to GS, photo reference. Hello. Google, you suck sometimes. That ain't gonna work. All right, never mind. Okay, screw this shit. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's get this back on the things here. All right. Okay, so here is a bottle of sake. Okay, we're gonna say, we're gonna call this damn good sake. Yay! And it's a bottle, and it's a bottle because it's got a lid on it there. And there is enough for the longs and for me. Okay, so here we have the planet Earth, and here we've got the United States, you know, and here we got Central America, and here we've got South America, and there's Earth and all such. Yeah, there you go. This is Earth. We have the orbiting sake platform, which ought to be enough sake for both me and the longs for the rest of the time that we are doing stuff. Okay, great. All right. Who the hell was that for again? I can never remember. Oh, that's for Zragon. Yes, ZR4GON. Smiley. Yes, that's me. Okay. What's next? What's next? All right. Okay, put this down here. Gummi Bjorn. Yes, Gummi Bjorn. I got to have a lovely dinner with Gummi Bjorn at Eurofurence this year. And Gummi Bjorn would like to know most memorable moment at EF. Most memorable moment at EF. I got that for you right here, dude. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right? See that? Focus. Thank you. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is the most memorable moment for me. Where is Uncle Kage? Because at Eurofurence this year, they asked me to do their auction, and I showed up 7 minutes late, and for the first time in 15 fucking years, their auction started on time, and I was late. Let's get this back here where it's supposed to be. Hello, yeah, that's good, I like it. Okay, yes, and this is for Gummi Bjorn, and yeah. Thank you very much, Gummi Bjorn, for reminding me. Okay, all right. Okay, James Beach. Oh, I love James. James. What's next? What's it? James wanted me to draw. Focus. James wanted me to draw a cute fox doing something cute. Focus. Thank you. Maybe I don't like my brand new webcam here. Maybe I should come up here. Yeah, can you focus on that shit, you bastard? All right. Hold on. Wait. Brief interlude. Thank you very much. Ah, that's good shit. Okay, fox. Foxes have pointy noses. Kind of like this. And they got floof that comes like this. And they got big triangular ears. And the floof comes out this way. and they got cute eyes. And since this is a cute fox, he's wearing eyeshadow, or she's wearing eyeshadow, and it's doing something cute. What should the fox be doing? Somebody help me out. I cannot imagine what the fox should be doing. Something cute. Farting? No! Nomming a cookie! Yes! Nomming a cookie. Okay, we have a cookie. There's a cookie with chocolate chips. And the fox is nomming the cookie. And there's crumbs falling off the cookie because foxes are messy creatures. And the fox in this hand is holding an old issue of TV Guide, because that's the first thing that came to mind. And the fox has legs which are down here somewhere. So the fox is nomming a cookie and holding an old issue of TV Guide. There we go. Okay, very weird. This is for James Beach. Hello, James. Love you to pieces. And it's me, whoever the hell I am. All right, there we go. Next, we have Congo Cheetah. Congo Cheetah, oh boy. Congo Cheetah gave me quite a challenge here. Congo Cheetah said, I want a picture of a deer constructing an ornate fireplace. Wow. Okay, all right. Yeah. Deer constructing. All right, we can do this. We can do this shit. Okay, deer. Deers have eyes. Deers have eyes, right? And they have noses that come down south of their eyes, kind of like that. And they got necks. And deers have these kind of weird ears that do shit like that. And then they got these horns that come up and do this sort of thing. You know, it's like they got spikes off them, and it's like they got thorns on their heads. All right? And so the deer is he's holding a book with his fingers over here, and the book tells him how to construct an ornate fireplace. Yes, this deer will be able to figure this out. And he's a deer. And that's his other arm going off the back of his neck there or something like that. There you go. A deer constructing an ornate fireplace, although he's not done it yet because he is still learning how. We all must learn how at some point. So this is for Congo Cheetah, and thank you very much. This is Uncle Kage. I'm going to sign this shit. There you go. All right. Remember, I told you I would draw stuff. I did not tell you it would be art. Remember? Terror Rage. Terror Rage says, draw whatever you choose. Okay. All right. What should I draw? What should I draw? Waiting. Okay, now I'm not going to draw a dick. I'm not going to draw a wine. I knew someone was going to suggest a dick. A potato! Yes! I'm going to draw a potato. I'm going to draw a potato. Here we go. It is a potato. This is going to be the greatest potato you've ever seen. Potatoes are kind of shaped like that. And the thing about potatoes is potatoes have eyes. You know, you cannot look at a potato because potatoes have eyes all over them, and it's kind of creepy sometimes when you look at a potato's eyes. This particular eye, by the way, this eye here, this one's kind of wearing eyeshadow and mascara. There you go. All right. So this potato with his eyes this potato is taking part in a parasailing contest, and he will be landing at some point very, very soon. And the potato also has a fox tail, because as we know, potatoes all have fox tails. All right, so I'm going to say here, you asked for it, and Uncle Kage, that's me down here. I'm going to write Terror Rage. The reason I'm writing the names on it is I noticed after the Winestream, I can never remember who the hell I did these drawings for, because it's like, what the heck? Focus! There! There's my potato. Okay, that's a potato. Terror Rage, you should not have asked me to draw what I wanted to. All right, here we go. What's next? Silent Dawn, a tiger working on an aircraft. A tiger working on an aircraft. Okay, tigers. Tigers, they have like balls for faces. There you go, that's a tiger face. They have these big cookie-shaped ears, right? And they're always happy, and they have noses. Tigers have noses, right? Tigers have noses. And they have stripes. I learned this from Vitae. And they have stripes, and the stripes, like, because they're tigers, right? And they have legs. And this tiger is working on an airplane as a flight attendant. That's what this tiger does. He is a flight attendant on this airplane, because here's his cart with the little wheels on it, and there's a little like pedal that they push that makes it go, and it's got like drawers in it, and the drawers have, you know, cans of soda and stuff. And this drawer's got bottles of wine in it, because that's first class. It's a first class tiger. There's another bottle with wine in it. There you go. And we're going to call this Delta, because yeah, he's Delta. And yes, this is it. This is the tiger flight attendant. ATTEND attendant, tiger flight attendant, yay! And this is going to be for Silent Dawn. And it's Uncle Kage, yay, with my name. What the hell? I don't know the hell my name is. All right. Okay, next. James Blue Jay. James, I love James. Focus, thank you. James wants me a couple of Blue Jays playing soccer. A couple of Blue Jays playing soccer. Blue Jays. Blue Jays. Blue Jays. Blue Jays. There's J number 1. And here's J number 2. And they're blue. And they got legs because they're playing soccer, right? And this is the goalie. Since he's a goalie, he's got the big goalie mitts. See, he's got the big goalie mitts because he's the goalie, because here's the goal right here, right? Yeah, that's the goal. And this guy is kicking the soccer ball, and the soccer ball, which has a bunch of hexagons on it that are chemists should be able to draw hexagons, right? And It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It's going to be goal. Yay, goal. Okay, that's the Blue Jays playing soccer. It's a goal. All right, yay. That's the Blue Jays playing soccer. Yay, okay. Run that way. Okay. And this is for James. There you go. There you go. That's the Blue Jays playing soccer. Okay. And then next we have Silver. Silver aus Deutschland. Now, here's something, Silver. What the hell? My camera's going places. Camera, I want you to sit there. There, that's what I want you to do. Okay, camera. Silver's, focus. Thank you. Silver says, depends on when someone decides to include me in a round of shots. Okay, all right, we can do that. We can do that. Okay. Silver's a wolf. Wolves have noses, and they kind of look like this, right? Let's get this on. I'm going to make sure I'm drawing. Yeah, okay. Wolves have noses, and they've got these kind of, boxy muzzles on the other side of the nose, and then they've got wolf eyes here, and he's really kind of looking derpy because you'll see why. And they got this facial floof over this way, this facial floof, and then they have these long kind of ears that look like that, right? And the problem is he's got a round of shots because he is surrounded by shots. That's the problem. He's got a round of shots, right? And these are the shots. This is actually a sake shot there. Yeah, okay. So this is Silver with his round of shots. My shots, you notice, are getting shorter and wider and starting to look more like sake cups. So let's get back to shot glasses here, okay? All right. All right, this one you can actually 3D. And there you go. And that's the round of shots for Silver. This is Silver with his round of shots. And that, oh, excuse me. 1 minute, 1 minute. Gotta take it in there. Oh, goddamn, that's good. Oh, yeah, baby. Okay, that's the art portion. That's the art portion. Now we got to take this. Let's put this back on the thing there. So it's, by the way, that's just a number of people have noted that yeah, this is a ring stand and clamp that I stole from my laboratory. So that holds my. Okay, let me get this back here, and back to what we were talking about. Am I there? Oh, hi there. Welcome to my Winestream. Thank you all for joining me. It's good here. And Volt says he sounds like Tien. Is that a coincidence? Yes, and Tien says, Erlenmeyer camera. I could get an Erlenmeyer flask here next time. I could. If Kage ever had a handicap, what would it be called? 4 strokes. Sorry. Oh, and Rex White, a big hello from the Triangle Area Fermi. Rex, am I missing the Fermi right now? If I am, tell me, because I like to go to the Triangle Area Fermites. The problem is they tend to be on Saturdays when I'm out of town. All right, let's get this back to where it belongs, maybe in front of me. Nom, nom, nom. And Coates says, I draw like a blind man with several handicaps. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, Depp, where the hell were you? Depp, what is the wine? We are drinking tonight Red Zinfandel. It is Ravenswood Old Vine Zinfandel, and I have two. I have one from Sonoma County in Florida, in California, and one from the Napa Valley in California. And one is $5 more than the other one. And the thing is, they taste the same to me, so I don't care. I'm just going to drink them both. Okay, how's that sound? All right, beautiful. Okay, Cosmic Fox is going to piss me off. Did you hear about Bill Nye getting booed off stage in Texas for saying the moon doesn't produce light but instead reflects the sun? Okay, Cosmic Fox, it's Texas. What do you expect? On quotes, you have half a picture from me at home. Oh, let me know. I'll draw the other half. And Rex White's having Barrett White's and Vidal. That's my old standby. Thank you very much. Let's see. And hi, Top. I'm from Texas. I'm sorry. Yes, what was Bill Nye doing on stage in Texas in the first place? I don't know. See, this is a problem in my country being the United States. We have this big anti-intellectual movement. We've got this kind of retro group that shuns science, that shuns reason, that wants to go back to the medieval period. You know, that's great. I'll tell you what, we'll build a wall around Texas and you guys can go live medieval like you wanted to. When you've had enough of dysentery and bubonic plague and things like that, come talk to me, all right? Cosmic Fox is lagging. Yes, well, I'm sorry. And Minna says, skull. And I say, skull right back to you. Kanshito91, why is my website dead? That's a long story. It's like 15 years out of date. Someday I'll update it when I have time. Someday. Whitefire, thoughts on September 24th. That's next week. It's a lovely weekend, I'm sure. I'm going to be out of town. I've got business to attend to. I should read Doc Bastard's blog. Oh boy, he's a trauma surgeon who writes about idiots he encounters. The thing is, I've given up trying. Why should I, as a scientist, try to educate people who are dead set against being educated? It's like beating my head against a wall. Why should I bother? If you don't want to accept the truth, that's your prerogative. What was it that a great man recently said? If your religious views involve the dismissal of observable and measurable reality, then they should be called religious delusions. He's right. The world is flat if you only go a certain distance. The anti-intellectuals out there, it's great. If you want to live an anti-intellectual lifestyle, more power to you. Go and do it. Just don't come crying to me for antibiotics or antivirals or any sort of vaccination. You want to be an anti-vaxxer? That's wonderful. Don't vaccinate yourself. Don't vaccinate your children. The problem will take care of itself. Sorry. Darren Sankari, were I religious in my youth? Yes, I was. I was a particularly religious child. The problem is I was also an inquisitive child. I started asking questions, and those questions were difficult for the religious establishment to answer. And since I couldn't get those answers from religion, I got those answers from science. And quite frankly, the ones I got from science made a lot more sense. Yes, Caraway, you make a point. It's innocent children who are harmed. I wish there was something I can do about that, but you cannot take people's children away from them for not vaccinating them. Oh, because it's a religious thing. Oh, God, the religion. Here's where I admire Australia. Australia put a serious kibosh on the religious exemption. You have to go through a lot of hoops. You got to do a lot of proving to demonstrate that your religion forbids vaccine. You can't just say, oh, I don't want to do it on religious grounds. Fuck you! Let's talk about more cheerful things. Wow. As I said, this stuff is about 50% more potent than your average white wine. I don't know how long this stream is going to go. I'm missing something. Here it is. The towel. Because people complain when I put the glass down, it makes a loud thunk. So I put the glass on the towel and it doesn't thunk. There we go. All right. Do you think the football team in Tromsø will beat their rival 1st November? Yes. Yes, they will. Solid state or valve? Valve, definitely. Black pudding? No. Hate it. Rufus says, oh, Rufus, do you like disco music? Okay, Rufus. People talk down about the disco era, and let's face it, it was the era of bad taste. But there were a couple of disco songs that actually were not all that bad. I can't think of any right now, but disco was not all that bad. There was, for example, a musical version of War of the Worlds that had a disco beat. That was actually quite spectacular. I still like to listen to it. Oh, Darren Sankari, the worst haircut you ever had. I happened to be thinking about that just earlier today. I was living in Arkansas, and I remember it was the day that I was going to go see Jurassic Park in the theater. That'll tell you how long ago this was. Early 1990s. I got to the theater early, and I needed a haircut, and there was a hairstylist next door to the theater, so I went to the hairstylist, and I said, I'm going to be seeing a movie in about 45 minutes. Do you have time? And the lady said, oh, yeah, I got time. Don't worry, honey. So I sat down in the chair, and she was cutting my hair, and before I realized it, she was starting to put the icky, sticky stuff in my hair. And I said, whoa, wait, what is this? She said, I'm just putting some gel in. I said, I don't want any gel in my hair. I don't need gel. I'm very conservative about my hair, for Christ's sake. I saw Jurassic Park in the theater, and I felt like a Ken doll. My whole head was plastic. I was afraid to touch my hair. It would break off. Worst haircut I've ever had. Darren Sankari, have you ever cultivated a beard? All right, Darren, just for you. Let me get something out here. I'm typing shit. Don't mind me. I'm going to show you all the ID photo when I was still with the Red Cross. My ID picture from my Red Cross identification in 1992. Okay, all you people in channel, there you go. 1992, that was me. Yes, feast your eyes, glut your soul on my accursed beard. Yes, and those are very 1980s glasses, I admit. I also weighed like 40 pounds less than I do now. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Gummibjorn says, okay. And Rufus says, where's the image? Rufus, click on the link I just sent. Do I have to say, okay, I'll do it again. Yes, Rufus, click on that link. That is me. See? Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear. Okay, let's see if we get another one. There's another picture of me from Arkansas. Uncle Kage, this is a picture of me when I was living in Arkansas after a fishing trip. Again, this was my Red Cross days, so here you go. And all the people who are going to be watching this on YouTube afterward, you're like, where's the link? You should have been watching the stream, you son of a bitch. Okay, there. That is me after a fishing trip in my Arkansas days when I was still with the Red Cross. And you see I'm still wearing my Red Cross hat there, the same glasses, by the way. It was Arkansas. And Haggard said, fake fish, fake fish! Yes, it's a fake fish. I didn't catch anything, so I went to Walmart and I bought a fish pillow and I took that picture to make people think I caught a fish. Because I'm a sucky fisherman, I'm sorry. And Michelle Wolf lives in Arkansas, and that accent's dead on. Michelle Wolf, I lived for 3 years in Pine Bluff, so I know all about the accent, believe me. Oh, Lord of mercy. Oh, and Drax has got a picture of me there. Yeah, that's me. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yep, that's me with the mohawk. Thank you, Drax. I've been trying to forget that episode of my life. Zainaku Wolf, can I explain the mohawk? Absolutely. I used to wear my hair longer. And in 2002 at Anthrocon, I made a very, very brash statement that if I ever were to raise more than $10,000 at a charity auction, I would have my hair shorn into the shape of a mohawk. Because in 2002, that was unheard of. Nobody had ever raised that much at any furry convention charity auction. Well, of course, the furries came through. We raised $13,000 that year. Well, the deal is a deal. So at closing ceremonies, I had my hair cut into a mohawk. Well, the thing is, I kind of liked it. It suited me. It was bold. It was new age. It was rebellious. I'm going to keep the mohawk, I said. That lasted about 3 days. The problem is my hair grows very rapidly and it has a natural nape to it. It grows this way. So within about a week, that mohawk, I had like this Astro Boy thing going. So it had to go. So I went to my favorite barber, a lovely lady. Her name is Margie. She lives in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. She's retired now, darling thing. I should send her the link to this when it's on YouTube. Margie would love this. But I went in to the hair cutting place, and Margie was working on some blue-haired old lady. And I went up behind her with this sideways mohawk, and I just went, Margie, fix it. And she turned around and she said, oh, Lord, what did you do? Oh, sit down, sit down. And she shore it down to what you see here. That would have been the end of the story. But that night, I went to a restaurant and I ordered a glass of wine, and they asked to see my ID. Well, ever since then, well, what can I do? Darren Sankari would like to know what's the longest you've ever grown my hair. Okay, Darren, unfortunately there are no photos. But can you imagine, my hair once used to rest on my collar. This was back in the 1970s. I had a 70s haircut, and yes, my collar came out to here. Yes, it was a very 1970s look. There are no photos, sadly. The Instamatic camera broke. Sorry. Oh, Sunny Smilodon saying good night. Good night, Sunny. Thank you for coming tonight. James, your wine bottle says contains sulfites. Explanation: sulfites are put in there as a preservative to inhibit oxidation. Some people imagine that they're allergic to sulfites. I don't know if they really are or they aren't. There's a lot of allergies these days that I strongly suspect are psychosomatic. I don't know about the sulfites one. I know I'm not allergic to sulfites, so cheers. Tuzzy, you're back. Tuzzy, I did not get an answer before. It might have scrolled up. You are an American serviceman. Am I correct? Please tell me, Tuzzy, while I drink. Oh, Cryo says, what's the deal with the red wine? Cryo, you're late! So we're not going to tell you what the deal is. Tuzzy serves in the U.S. Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, here's to Tuzzy. Thank you very much for your service to this country. Cheers. Let's see. Oh, God, yes, Darren Sincari, there is uproar and dihydrogen monoxide. Oh, for it just makes me want to woof my cookies. Oh, dear. Whitefire was Army. Thank you very much for your service. Listen, a lot of folks out there are like, oh, why is Kage always thanking these people for their service? You have no idea. Listen, all you kids out there, I'm old. I've been through wars. I've been through the Cold War. I've been through conflicts. I come from generations of people who fought in World War II. Listen, servicemen, American servicemen, or any serviceman anywhere, remember what it is that our military does. These are men and women who go through the most indescribable hell simply so that you will not have to. They deserve our respect and admiration. Next question. My favorite region of Germany. I like all of Germany. I'm very, I like Bayern. I've been to Nuremberg, I've been to Bayreuth, and the Savannah wine in those teardrop-shaped bottles, it's amazing. But I have not met a German state that I do not like. Let's see. Have I heard about the sick chemist? If you can't heal him, then you can't cure him. You'll have to bury him. Thank you, Rex White. Bam! You deserve that one. Back to creating a Kickstarter page to get Kage here. Tuzzy, if you can get it, I'll go. Hell, I'll even donate. Oh my God, dear friends, I know what this picture is. Yes. Oh God, yes, that's me with longer hair. That is, okay, from left to right. If you click on the link that Dear Fern sent, that's Yappy Fox, Dan DiCarlo, Josie DiCarlo, the original Josie from Josie and the Pussycats, Cuddle Pup, and Uncle Kage, and this was 2001, if I remember correctly. Wow. Ushi's going to bed. Gute Nacht, Liebchen, gute Nacht. Riff Logic, the strangest thing you've ever seen a fursuiter do at a con. Does that include Sarjuan standing on his head on top of a tower of chairs? I think that definitely counts as the strangest thing I've ever seen a fursuiter do. Let's see. Bloodstar's return. Hi, Bloodstar. Good to see you back. Oh, yes, and Dare Ferns is now going through my entire directory looking at pictures. Like how? My favorite year at Amphicon. I would still have to say 2004. That was the year we had Stan Sakai. Stan was one of the most remarkable guests we ever had. He remained a very, very good friend of Anthrocon, still is a very good friend of Anthrocon, still a very good friend of mine. 2004 was the year that I met him. That still stands out for me as my absolute favorite year. Let's see. Tromso Boy says, can you say anything else in Norwegian? No. How's that? Oh, Darren Sankari, the worst cleanup. Oh, boy. Well, Darren, politically, I can't answer your question in a public forum. Let's just say that there was a significant mess left behind at Anthrocon that not only required physical cleaning up, it required a special trip by me out to Pittsburgh on one of my vacation days to convince the Westin to let us come back. That's another story for another day, not for a recorded medium. Find me in a bar sometime, and I'll tell you. Have you ever met another furry that was the only one of his or her species? Wow. Well, for a while, I thought Telephone was the only angel dragon. There was a time when Shateri was the only fox tor or Kishant out there, but it's very, very difficult to find somebody who is a unique species. And okay, all you hybrids out there, that doesn't count. I don't care if you're a dragon, puma, horse, oyster. No, that's cheating. You cannot say you're a unique species because you're a hybrid. Kumo, do you know much more Japanese than Mushi? Iya, watashi wa baka na Amerikajin desu. Nihongo wa zenzen wakarimasen. And Alakai says, who is your favorite goat? Well, Stan Sakai, definitely, because he's such a darling friend. I remember when we had Peter Morwood and Diane Duane. They came from Ireland. Is the Irish guy still here? If the Irish guy is still here, he should know this, because they never showed up for any of their panels. They were in the bar. We had to reschedule all of their panels, not reschedule, but relocate, a sign on the door. Diane Duane, Peter Morwood, the panel has been relocated to the bar. They spent the entire convention in the bar. They were Irish after all, except on Sunday night at the end of the con, I went to the bar and I said to the bartender, give me my wine. And he said, we're out. I said, what do you mean you're out? And he just turned and looked toward the Irish lady who had consumed all of my wine. So yes, I have lovely memories of Peter and Diane. God bless you. I love you. Let's see. Darren, fursuits have always freaked you out. I'm sorry to hear that. They're a very, very big part of our fandom. They help to create the illusion. Floopy Snow, favorite smelling ester, isoamyl acetate. That's my favorite because it is also the alarm pheromone of the American honeybee. It is the smell of banana oil. If you have too much of it, it will attract bees. My second favorite ester is methyl anthranilate. That is the flavoring agent of Welch's grape soda. My original chemistry professor at Ursinus College, Professor Roger Steger, came up with that ester. We still call it Stegerade these days. Matthew B., how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I've not had enough wine. Have you ever met any other people with a cockroach character? No. Have you ever met Bernard Duve, and what's your opinion of chocolates? Yes, Bernard is actually a delightful man. I love him to pieces. When I go down to Melbourne, I always try to at least take time to have a meal with him. He's remarkable. What's my opinion of chocolates? Great creatures, wonderful idea. And Dear Fern says, please explain this monstrosity. Let me. I, I, I don't know, dear friends. That appears to be a photoshopped picture. I don't know. I've never seen that photo before in all my days. I really don't know. Thank you very much. Next question. Frotz Fox, my worst nightmare, still waiting. I've had a lot of nightmares, Frotz Fox. I've had nightmares of friends in danger that I've not been able to help. I've had nightmares about Anthrocon and not being ready for it. I remember a particular nightmare that I had when my dear and sainted father had a heart attack, and I was trying to get help for him and no one would listen. That's about as bad as they get. You wanted to know my worst nightmare? I think that's it. Let's see. What do you enjoy such a juxtaposition of cultures, Japanese versus German? Which do you prefer? I don't really prefer one over the other. I love cultures. I'm an American. I grew up in an American household. I live an American lifestyle, but I love other cultures. I admire the Japanese culture. I'm enamored of the German culture because these sorts of things broaden our own life experiences. How can you really say that you have lived if you've never left your hometown? I have experienced the Japanese culture. I've experienced the European culture. I've experienced the Australian culture. These things enrich our lives. It gives us a broader view of the world, and that fascinates me. It thrills me. I like that sort of thing. I recall one facet of the Japanese culture that completely bewildered me. And because it bewildered me, I found it fascinating. Maybe it's the scientist thing. I visited Japan one time. I spent a week there. Beautiful, beautiful week. I was walking with a friend, and we were walking on our way to a restaurant. Ordinary day, two ordinary fellas, tourists in a foreign land. And as we were walking along, an elderly lady happened to step out of her doorway ahead of us. And as we were passing, she took a misstep on her stairs and started to fall. Absolutely by instinct, without thinking, I spun around and I caught her. And I kept her from falling. And when I stood back up, she glowered at me. And my friend grabbed me and dragged me away and said, "What did you think you were doing?" I said, but she was falling. He said, "You do not touch another person in this culture. You greatly offended her." That's very, very difficult for an American to wrap his mind around. But that fascinates me. I don't say it's wrong. It's different from what I'm used to. And that broadens my life experience. If I go to Japan again and I see an old lady who's falling, I will still catch her, but I will apologize deeply for having offended her. That's the culture. I should tell you about that trip to Japan. It was not only a tourist trip, but I had a purpose. Pardon me. Japan is a wonderful country, and I enjoyed visiting it, but I brought something along with me. Years ago, a very, very good friend of mine who understands my fascination with the era of World War II, not the war, the era of World War II. Society, politics, interactions, that sort of thing. He was the sort of fellow who likes to go to gun shows, and he had purchased for me a lovely present, a heartfelt present, and I was very grateful for it. He made a little shadow box diorama of items they had purchased at a gun show. They were items that were taken from the body of a Japanese soldier in World War II. His military insignia, a little booklet, some letters, pins, just random things that were put together into this shadow box. And I thanked him. I was very grateful for the thought. But I never could display it in my house. It didn't seem right. It bothered me. I kept it in a closet. And when I had the opportunity to go to Japan, I opened this shadow box and I took all the items out and I very carefully wrapped them up in cotton and put them in an envelope. And when I went to Japan, I saw many wonders. I was enchanted by the country. I saw the Godzilla statue in Shinjuku. Yay. But one place I wanted to visit was the Yasukuni Shrine. The Yasukuni Shrine is a controversial sort of place. If you're not familiar with it, you can look it up on the Wikipedia's Yasukuni Shrine. Yasukuni Jinja, the Japanese call it. It is a shrine to Japanese war dead. And it's controversial because enshrined there are some what the West would call Class A war criminals. But, you know, once one has died, once one has passed over, there is a certain philosophy that says we're all the same. I don't see a controversy in the Yasukuni Shrine. Yes, they are enshrining, they are honoring people who we consider to be nasty, but they didn't think of themselves as nasty. When they did their duty, they were doing what was right by their definition. That doesn't mean they were bad. We can look back from today's values and say, oh yes, they were evil, but in their day, they were fighting for their country. So this soldier, you know, a sergeant, as near as I can gather, non-commissioned officer, I took these things to the Yasukuni Shrine. And I went and I asked if I could speak to someone, and I explained what I wanted. And they found one of the curators who spoke English, and I told him what I had, and I laid it out in front of him, and I said, I don't feel comfortable keeping this. This is not art. This is not trophies. I don't know who this man was, but I feel it's my duty as a human being to bring him back home. And the curator thanked me, and he bowed, and he said he would do his best to identify these things. Well, I got an email about 2 months later from that curator. He said he was actually able to find the family of this soldier, descendants, nieces, grandnieces, grandnephews. And he had asked them, do you want these things? And they had indicated no, they did not. So he told me that these items would be then enshrined at the Yasukuni Shrine as a memorial to one of Japan's war dead. Did I do right? Did I do wrong? Was it a controversy? I don't know. I don't care. This was a soldier, and I did for him what I would do for any other soldier. I brought him home. That's too heavy. Next question. Let's talk about lighthearted stuff. Frost Wolfie, you're a huge fan. You should lose some weight then if you're that huge. Can you say anything in Norwegian besides skål? No. Ira Winterwolf, what drink gave you the worst hangover? The mixture of red wine, absinthe, and Jägermeister. It killed me. That Swivel Leopard says the dead don't care. The dead are dead. You're right, they don't care. Malcolm Sims is going. Good night, Malcolm. Thank you for joining me tonight. Chloe Foxy, it's been a while since I've seen you. You're seeing me now in 3D. Floopy Snow, how big is your tie collection? I have about 48 ties. I know, I just counted them the other day. I have 48 ties. Joel says, hi. Oh, is Yappy here? Hi, Yappy. Good to see you. And Silling says, now that you know, would you mind explaining this? And he points to a more Photoshoppery, Sillings. I really don't know what to say about that image other than that it's an image and it was photoshopped. That was actually made by a Frenchman. Next question. What's my favorite wine from Frost Wolfie? My favorite wine? The one in front of me at any given time. Like how? Your favorite your favorite piece of artwork that you own. I have a lot of artwork around here. But like hell, wait right there. I'll be right back. I just took this piece of artwork down from my wall. And I'm going to go here to make sure people can see it. I'm going to hold it up, hopefully without too much reflection. I would say this is my favorite piece of artwork. Let me hold it a little bit closer. I bought this piece of artwork from Rob Minotaur. It's an original, years ago. 2002, as a matter of fact. You might notice that the number on the helmet of the St. Bernard says 911. This was Rod Minotaur's tribute, if you will, to the dreadful events of that Tuesday morning, that very, very sunny, warm Tuesday morning that I remember so well. I'm going to hang this back up in his place of honor, pardon me. I'm back. What medium is it? I believe it is charcoal and pencil. Frost Wolfie, what's your opinion on that Ryan Hill dude? I think he needs help. He very, very much needs some psychological help. Rainclaw, can you find that picture somewhere like F8? No, you cannot. I do not think there's any prints of it online. I've got the original, I think that's it. I've been giving some consideration. It is one of my most cherished pieces, but it's here in my house. I've been giving some consideration to taking that piece to the September 11th Museum in New York and asking them if they wanted it for their collection. I may yet do that. Silver Gataman, if you can get over your shyness, I'd like to have a drink with Kage and or two at MFF. Silver Gataman, I invite you. Screw your shyness, just come find me. We will have a drink together. Darren Sankari, what if the wine in front of you is shitty? Then I must drink it quickly so I can have more wine. Ah, Cosmic, if you've seen Breaking Bad, does thermite really work that way? I've not seen Breaking Bad, and I will tell you why. I do not watch Breaking Bad because I'm afraid it will give me ideas. If nobody fights for something they think is wrong, what makes the Americans think themselves better? Soren, I wish I had an answer for that. But if one man or woman can stand up and fight for what's right, then at least we have broken through. That's what made America great. It wasn't huge hordes of people, it was individuals. It was people standing up and saying this is wrong. What made America great was, a black child going to school past the governor of the state who was trying to stop her. What made America great was a woman refusing to give up her seat in the back of the bus because it was the right thing to do. What made America great was individuals stepping forward and saying, I have had enough. We have to do what's right. Now, the nice thing about American individuality is we've got a long history of people stepping forward and saying, fuck this, I'm gonna do it the way it ought to be. People say, why are you proud to be an American? That's why. Let's see. Warlock lives in Nova Scotia. You're originally from Scarborough, Ontario. You're a maritime person. I've been to St. John's, Newfoundland, but that's the closest I've been to Nova Scotia. Song Pitch, can I meet you at Convergence? Yes, you can. I have my plane ticket. I have my hotel room. I've got my membership. I will be at Convergence. We must drink together. You're buying. And Kage say, Heya Till. Heya Till. There, I said it. Rufus, I'm from Quebec. Vous êtes Québécois. Parlez-vous Québécois? Québécois n'est pas français, c'est Québécois. Richery, Kage, will you be at Civis or F on 2016? Is there any wine you want from Israel? Yes, just bring it. I'll drink it. How's that sound? And Darren Sankari puts a very, very good point. American individuality is why some people are so willing to rage against science and reason, albeit the name of religion. I will be a very, very happy man when religion finally gets hung up. But I'm not going to say anything more on the matter. Quarter Bunny, will I be going to TFF 2016? I've not been invited, so no. Caraway is both tired and drunk. Caraway, I love it to pieces. We will see you soon, my dear boy. Waterhead. Waterhead says, if you're up, I'd like to buy you a drink in the next Triangle for Meat, October 3rd. I have company coming October 3rd. As a matter of fact, the artist Gideon is coming to visit me October 3rd. He's not big on fur meats, though. He's a very private fellow. So I don't know if we'll be going. If I can convince him, I'll drag him out. Otherwise, maybe the one in November. Typhon Fox, if you come back to CF, would you like any more cheap-ass carton wine from me? Absolutely. I love free wine. Would you wear a cockroach fursuit if a fursuit maker made one for you? Only if it was cuddly. And Tyra says, can he come on the Winestream? As I said, he's a very private man. I would never get him on camera. Oh, good Arian. I heard you put an electric shock collar on some guy at a charity auction for talking too much. That is not true. I sold an electric shock collar to this kid who then put it on himself. And I specifically told him, Dude, I do not think you should activate that, but he did, and he knocked himself out. I didn't put it on him. He put it on himself. I told him not to, but he did. There. Oh, Congo Cheetah, you're looking forward to meeting me at MFF. Congo, I look forward to meeting you too. And once again, drinks will be on you. Quarter Bunny, have you ever had to use the emergency shower in the lab? Myself, no. But I have had to put a person under the emergency shower. A young lady, very attractive young lady, awkward situation. And I said, Miss, it's got to come off. I'm sorry, it has got to come off. Listen, I'm a professional. Do not worry about me, but you've got to take it off. I'm sorry. When you're under an emergency shower, you cannot be wearing your clothes because that's holding the chemical in. She was very attractive. Anyway, next question. Have you ever studied microbiology? No, I have not. I hate microbiology. How many times have you almost died in the lab? 2. Only 2 times in almost 30 years. I think I'm doing pretty good. Tromso Boy, when's the next Winestream? The next Winestream will probably be, I'm leaning over, the next Winestream will probably be in the month of October, likely the weekend of the 24th or that, somewhere thereabout. And I will tell you right now, the next Winestream, the theme will be sacramental wine, because I happen to find this. This was given to me, so this will be the theme of the next Winestream. Bree! Nyla Wolfsky, would it be okay if I made you a badge? Yes, yes, please make me a badge. I'd love it. Thank you very much. Cosmic Fox, furry community saved Kage's life. Yes, it did. The furry community saved my life in 1991. Furry muck. I was working at the University of Chicago for a dreadful, dreadful little man, whom I will not name. Awful fellow. But I was working on the 3rd floor, if I remember, the chemistry building. And I had something going in the lab, Cubane. By the way, look up Cubane, and you will learn who I was working for. I had it mixing, and I went down to the ground floor. And I got on Framuck. This is the days you had to get on the mainframe on a terminal and log into Furrymuck. And I was happily playing on Furrymuck, and all of a sudden, the entire desk shook, and I heard a thud. I thought, that's odd. Focus. So I went upstairs. The hood where I had been working was gone. What I had been working on had detonated. Cubane is very unstable material. It had blown up, and it had destroyed the apparatus, destroyed the hood, destroyed a quarter of the lab. Had I been standing there, it would have killed me. But no, I was downstairs talking to furries. So there you have it. Furry fandom saved my life. Tyro Cubane is C-U-B-A-N-E. Cubane. And Soren Swifttail. Oh, no, sorry. Now, wait a minute. Wait. I'm not the pervert. That panther is the pervert. There's a story behind that. Let's see. Miro Wolf, how drunk are you at this moment? Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm at Thursday. Floopy Snow, did I not answer your question? How many times have you had to use the emergency shower? 1 time, and it was not for me, it was for another person. That was too full. That was too full. We're going to dump these together. as before. Remember I said these wines are about 50% stronger than your average white wine. Skål, Prost, à la bonne santé, Gambe, Kampai. Nom, 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 nom. Or as BBF says, nom, 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 nom. Yeah, you're interested in a career change and considering chemist. Don't do it. Do not do it. There is no money in chemistry, believe me. Vovaka. I didn't do a science, pseudoscience, number bullshit at EF this year. Would I want to do one again next year? If they invite me to, I would do it. You see, I have a whole list of presentations that I do. Every time I am invited to a convention, I give them a list and I say, which one would you like me to do? It's not my decision, it's the convention's decision. I am happy to do any one or all of them, but they have to decide which ones they want. I happen to like science, pseudoscience, and outright crap! Although I may have to attenuate it. My old nemesis, Dr. Mehmet Oz, apparently has seen the light, and he is backing away from his claims of miracle cures and diet supplements. He is chastened. Being brought up before a congressional subcommittee will do that to a guy. Fox, how much money would it take to bring in a Nordic FuzzCon? That's for you to say. Fox, if Nordic FuzzCon were to pay for my airfare, were to pay for my hotel, I would certainly go. And I would give the convention their money's worth. I believe very strongly in that. But I would need to be a guest. I'm sorry. They do not pay chemists what you think they pay them. I am paid a fraction of what you imagine. So if Nordic FuzzCon would like to have me as a guest, which means pay my airfare and pay my hotel, I would certainly go. And Shuken Flash, popular favorite too, is highest grade of sake you've had and what temperature? From Shuken Flash. Listen, Shuken, the highest grade I've had is Dasai 23, 23% milling ratio. That means they have ground the rice down to only 23% of its original size. What temperature? Cold. Sake should never be room temperature. For God's sake, it should never be hot. Look for Dasai 23 and keep it cold. It is like drinking sex. Chloe Foxy, my favorite type of sushi. Actually, Chloe Foxy, I do not like sushi. I have had the finest sushi in the world. I have had sushi at the Tokyo Fish Market, and it's the finest, freshest sushi in the world. I don't like it. I'm sorry. Mirov, best convention to meet BBF at. If he's going to Midwest Fur Fest, I would say MFF, because he's not doing panels, he's not working, he's just filming. You can also see him at, well, if you're in Europe, I don't recommend Eurofurence, but he also goes to Cologne Fur Dance. I'm fairly certain BBF is going to MFF this year, so that might be your best bet. Reading down. Mr. Creatures, yummy Japanese whale. Yes, kujira. Yeah, I do not like kujira. Kujira wa nomimasen. Riff Logic, where would my dream con be located? Other than Pennsylvania and Germany, well, those are my two dream cons. I really can't answer your question because those are my favorites. Silent Dawn, my worst personal injury. I once broke my right leg in half. Tibia fibula snapped completely in two. I had two knees. My knee joint was bent at a 90-degree angle, and then midway through my lower leg was at a 90-degree angle. So my leg did this. Probably the worst injury I've ever had. Tyro, are you a fan of Star Wars, the original? Yes, but it's been going downhill ever since. Pazuzu, how about Mosul Valley? Moselland, that is my favorite wines in the world. They've been growing wine grapes in the Mosul Valley since the days of the Roman Empire. They know what they're doing. Have you ever drawn my persona? Of course, very badly, but yes, I've drawn it. Crystal Aristocrats, if you could pick one question to ask again and again and again and again, we wish people would stop asking. That one. Haggard, what do you think about developments? What do you think about the developments in fursuits? I'm fascinated. They are getting more sophisticated every year. I think it's amazing. Kage, next Winestream is on Song Pitch Birthday. You could sing next time. Yes, I probably could, whatever you meant. Gosman Fox, do I enjoy squid? No, it's too chewy. What's next? I want to see you draw your persona. Well, Song Pitch, if you were one of my patrons on Patreon, I would draw for you. That's how it works. www.patreon.com/Uncle Kage. Hint, hint. Oh, for those of you who joined late, you might notice there's a little button down there that says donate. Why should you? I'll tell you. Why should you donate? Because the money that goes into that donation goes into a fund that, one, helps fund First Stream, and two, helps me to bring in special guests. Right now, I am saving all my donations from both Patreon and the donation button down there. It is my aspiration, hopefully in December, maybe January, I want to bring Fox some more onto the Winestream. I want to be able to sit at my lovely sofa over there, and it will be me and Fox some more, and we will be completely drunk off our asses. I will fill him full of Guinness. What will he do? I don't know. Let's find out. So yes, if you want to see Fox some more on this Winestream, give us money and we'll buy him a plane ticket. Easy as pie. Volts, sing shanties. What do you mean by sing shanties? Clarify, Volts, exactly what you mean by sing shanties. Do I intend to see Quentin Tarantino's next film? I don't know. I don't know what his next film is. Which is better, Cuban or Thermite? Thermite is more dramatic, so definitely Thermite, yes. Oh, Quarter Bunny. You're building a fursuit with the aid of an electronic engineer husband. Awesome electronic component should add to the suit. How about an infrared camera so you can see in the dark? Let's see. Moon Pie is a bat fur, loves to study about bats, reading about a bunch of vineyards building bat houses to help protect their crops. Bats eat an enormous amount of harmful insects. Bats are one of the most beneficial predators there is. So yes, vineyards would be good to build bat houses and encourage bats to come to keep the pests out. Let's see. Kage, if you weren't a cockroach, what animal would you be? I am intimately familiar with the culture, if you will, and the mindset of birds of prey, specifically hawks. I used to play a hawk character years ago. The problem is, a lot of people don't realize it, but hawks are assholes. So if you're going to play a hawk character, you've got to be an asshole. And I played the character the way a hawk would be, and nobody liked him. So, oh well. Dusky says it. Hi, Dusky. I wave to you. Let's see. Do you have a favorite drinking song? Yes, I do. The Student Prince. Look it up on the YouTube, whatever you call it. Mario Lanza, The Student Prince, the drinking song. It's basically a bunch of drunken German college students from the 19th century. And they sing, Ein, zwei, drei, vier, lift up your stein and drink your beer. Drink, drink, drink. Two eyes that are bright as stars when they're shining on me. It's a beautiful song, and it's great to drink to. And Kashado has it on a 78. Raise your hand if you don't know what a 78 is. Oh my goodness, you kids. And Charles says, drink, drink, everybody drink. May those lips that are red and sweet tonight with joy my own lips meet. Drink, drink, let the toast start. May young hearts never part. Drink, 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 let every true lover salute his sweetheart. But I am no Mario Lanza, so it doesn't sound good coming out of me. Zragon, what do I think fursuits will look like in 10 years? Much like they look now, but a lot more kick-ass. Hyop, what would I do if I met your persona in real life? Spray it with Raid. Probably. They carry 123 known diseases. Let's see. Furry trainer, how much of a donation would it take for a meet and greet with Grandma Kage? Okay, furry trainer, my mom lives just down the road from me now. How much donation would it take? It wouldn't cost a lot, but the cost to get her to find out I do this is extreme. That would be a charity cost. If you could raise $500 for your charity and prove to me you've raised it for them, I'll have my mom on this Winestream. Bolt says, what's the drinking song? Has Augustine in it, and it's in German. I don't know. Oh, but somebody else is leaving. Matthew B. is going. Good night, Matthew B. Thank you for coming tonight. Silent Dawn, do you collect any items as a hobby? Yes, the souls of my enemies. Any Europeans out there, when you graduated college, did you march to Gadayamus Igitor? It's a well-known song. It's usually sung at graduation ceremonies in Europe. The thing is, it's a drinking song. Gaudiamus igitur, juvenes dum somnus. You know, let us drink and be merry while we're still young. It's a beautiful song. Gaudiamus igitur, juvenes dum somnus. Gaudiamus igitur, juvenes dum somnus. And they play it like it's an amazing graduation song, but it's a song you're supposed to drink when you're drunk. Let's see. Eek, I heard you will be at Furreality. Is that the one in Cincinnati? If it's the one in Cincinnati, yes, I will be there. I am going there, yes. Song pitch, you're a lovely singer. No, I am not. I howl. I do not sing. I howl. Yeah. Let's see. Are you going to next year's Eurofriends? Of course, Tromso. Well, I never miss Eurofriends. I have not missed Eurofriends since Eurofriends 8. And they're at Eurofriends 21 now. Wild horses, including Gideon, could not drag me away. Silinx, you mentioned you liked the stage play of Sweeney Todd. Have I seen the Tim Burton movie? I saw the Tim Burton movie, but it really didn't have the same heart that the stage play had. Yes, Johnny Depp is amazing, but George Hearn as Sweeney Todd. That's my idol. If I was ever to perform on a stage play musical, I would want to play Sweeney Todd the way George Hearn did. The history of the world, my love. Yes. Do I know the Stein song by Rudy Valley? No, I do not. High up, my favorite holiday celebrated in the United States. Okay, my favorite holiday celebrated in the United States, the 4th of July. Why? No religious overtones, no holier-than-thou proselytizing, just, holy fuck, thank God America is here. That is my favorite holiday. Myrolf, the author of the story More Than Just an Experiment. I got to go back here. More Than Just an Experiment. T'Chall, help me out. Was that? Yes, help me. What the fuck was his name? I search. Google is your friend. Just an My memory goes when I've been drinking. More Than Just an Experiment. Why do I not find it? It was not More Than Just an Experiment. T'Chall, you know what I'm talking about. Give me a hand here. No, sorry. More Than Just a Failure. That's the story we're looking for. More Than Just a Failure. Will Sanborn. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are curious as to why I do not want to see furries ever made, look for More Than Just a Failure. I just accidentally closed my chat window, so I'm going to have to open that again. And there might be a brief echo here, so excuse me. So I have to go to https firsttree.m stream Uncle Kage, and is briefly going to echo on me. I apologize for that because I have to do this out and then close that shit. There you go. It is a very harsh story. And you know what? It's such a harsh story. I'm going to leave you all to read that because I'm going to take a brief break. You know why? I got to pee. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, where the hell were we? I'm talking about shit. Okay, and I'm drinking stuff. By the way, T'Chall is in the channel here. Do you guys know T'Chall is one of my oldest and dearest friends? I think I have known him longer than I have known anybody else in furry fandom. Dave, my darling boy, I hope to see you again very, very soon. Is Stu still here? No, he fucked off. What am I drinking? Oh, Bree wants to know what I'm drinking. I am drinking Red Zinfandel, Ravenswood Old Wine Zinfandel, and I am mixing it together, the Sonoma Valley and the Napa Valley, because it's just good shit all around. And I've reached the point where I don't really care. Okay, so, is the red any good compared to your regular stuff? Actually, no, it really sucks, but I'm drinking it anyway. My favorite fursuit maker, oh my gosh. I like Beast Cup. Beast Cup makes some of the most amazing fursuits out there. And of course, Yippee Coyote, he's like the man. He started the whole thing. Rail, what did you like best about visiting the Czech Republic? Rail, you ask an interesting question. I visited the Czech Republic a number of years ago. Prague is a beautiful city. I was shown around by Mbili, and we had a wonderful, wonderful time. And Mbili taught me something, a cultural something I never knew. We were going to go into a bar, and I went to the door and I held it open for her, and she stood back. And I was curious because in my culture, the gentleman opens the door for the lady. Well, and Billy explained to me, in the Czech culture, the gentleman goes into the bar first. As she explained, in case there's a conversation going on in there. And conversely, when they're leaving, the gentleman leaves first in case the conversation has moved outside. As I said, the differences in cultures between the world and my own fascinate me. They broaden my horizons. They make me a better person. And Vince Wolf says, Jack Furr gave you some link that's going to some YouTube page. What is this? It's not opening for me, Jack Furr. I don't know what you're talking about. And next question. Okay, as Charles said, a conversation. Yes, that's what it is. Kaiwin, could I meet anyone who has ever existed? What would it be and why? Dr. Benjamin Franklin. Why? Because he would be the first guy if I would say, look, Dr. Franklin, you've been dead for more than 200 years. He'd be like, this kicks ass. He was also an amazing thinker. He was also a drunk and a lech. Dr. Franklin was everything I would like to be. So I would love to meet him because I would like to sit down and have a drink. My little personal fantasy is to bring Benjamin Franklin back to life and say, listen, you're actually dead. We have exactly 1 hour. I'm going to show you the future. I'm going to show you how electricity changed the world. I'm going to show you a modern fire department. And we are going to drink for the rest of the hour to your health. And Muvik, it says, not Winston Churchill. I admire Winston Churchill, but there's not really anything I could show him. If you look up, here's a little something that I will occasionally put on YouTube. I consider it inspirational. What does Uncle Kage listen to? Does he listen to Skrillex? No. If you go to YouTube and you put in for a search term, I vow to thee, my country, Churchill. I vow to thee, my country, Churchill. It is the British hymn, I vow to thee, my country, superimposed on images of the funeral of Winston Churchill. I don't know why I find it so moving. I don't know why I find it so inspirational. but that's me. Try it sometime. See if it moves you. Nyalowski, what wine would you recommend would go well with a Thanksgiving turkey? That would depend on how you've dressed the turkey. If you have a lot of cranberry sauce, I recommend you go for a fairly dry white wine, maybe a Pinot Grigio or a Pinot Gris. If you want to know the difference between Pinot Grigio and Pinot Gris, you can look up the catering show. They'll explain it to you. That's on YouTube. If your turkey does not have a lot of dressing, it doesn't have a lot of cranberry sauce, then I would recommend a semi-dry white wine, something like Riesling from the Columbia Valley, Washington State. Hiya, what would I give for an evening with the Founding Fathers? My left testicle, because I would like to have the Founding Fathers again today, and I would like to show them the current political climate, and I would like to show them a Los Angeles street gang and say, is this what you meant by a well-regulated militia? Yeah, I'd like to know. Does he? Would I ever host Ron and his owner? I would love to. I'd love to have Ron. Ron, for those of you who don't know, is probably the most famous fox on YouTube. His owner is a fairy. If he could come up to North Carolina and bring Ron with him, I would dearly love to host him here. I would even give Ron some wine to see what a drunk fox looks like. Rail, have I ever met any Russian furs? A lot of them. They will try to get you to drink. Be careful. Let's see. Next Winestream is what's... Uh-oh. Cosmic Fox. What's your mother's email? I need to send her a link. I'll tell you what, Cosmic. Send it to me. I'll forward it to her. How's that sound? Zragon, what do you think about human arrow furry? That's a very broad question. You're gonna have to specify a little bit. Clockwork, how does one show you fan art of your fursona? Okay, my fur affinity is Kagemushi, Kagemushi, or you can email it to me at ceo@anthrocon.org. Shy Breeze, I really do want to meet you one day. Well, Shy Breeze, go to a convention where I'm going to be at. I would love to meet you. I love to meet new people. Heck, you guys, this is why I'm who I am. If it wasn't for people who sat here watching me drink, I wouldn't drink. So it's all your fault. Riff Logic, what con do you anticipate the most? I would say Eurofurence. I just adore Eurofurence all to pieces. Why does this keep focusing? Let's see, song pitch. Oh, you turn 18 in October. What do I recommend for me? Okay, listen, song pitch. In my country, I cannot legally advise you until you're 21. So I apologize, but because of the laws in this country, I can't talk to you for another 3 years. Let's see. Oh, Moth Monarch, what should I draw Kage doing? Okay, Moth Monarch, you should draw Kage attempting to impersonate To the Ranting Griffin impersonating telephone. Get to work. Jamoka 56. Have I ever been to Kennywood? I've been to Kennywood once. Yes. Zygon, using biotech to turn a human into a furry? No. Monstrous. Do not. Absolutely out of the question. What is your opinion of furry? Humans believe they are furries in human skin and opine about wanting to be the real thing to the point of being depressed. They need professional help. Let's face it, this is a fantasy. This is a dream. It's a wonderful little thing we think about, but it's not real. It's not real. It's a dream. It is something that we find comforting. But if it is interfering with your everyday life, then you've gone too far. Take it from me. Take it from Uncle Kage. If you are depressed because you can't be a real furry, then you need to sit down with a professional and work it through. Because you're not going to be a real furry. It's not going to happen in your lifetime. It's not going to happen in my lifetime. It's a big, scary world out there. I don't like it. You don't like it. But we have to deal with it. Furry for us is an escape. If you try to escape too far, then you're doing it wrong. Next question. Shy Breeze, have you been to Confuzzled? I've been to Confuzzled several times. I couldn't go this past year because I had a prior commitment, but I'm bound and determined to go to Confuzzled this year upcoming. For the past 2 Confuzzleds, I've had bad luck in that my plane trip was canceled going there, so I've only been there for a total of 24 hours. We're hoping that 3 is the charm. I very much intend to be at Confuzzled this year. Rail, my favorite composers, Bela Bartok, Mussorgsky. Listen, my favorite composers are Unsubtle, Mussorgsky, Pictures in Exhibition. Anybody who uses cannons in their percussion section, that's my kind of classical music. Let's see. Silent Dawn, you get depressed and drink Mountain Dew. Silent Dawn, I'm going to issue a challenge. Stop drinking soda. Just stop drinking soda. I'll bet you'll feel better. This shit's bad for you. Let's see. Trumser Boy, would you mind if I buy you a drink at next year's reference? No, I would not mind at all. I'd like it, in fact. Kaiowin says, hope is a mistake. If can't fix what's broken, you go insane. That's not true, Kaiowin. Hope is not a mistake. Hope is an aspiration. If you cannot get what you hope for, then you make it happen. And somebody's telling Volt to shut up. Why? Ira Winterwolf, my favorite kind of music besides classical. Ira, I do not have a favorite kind of music. I like individual musical pieces. I don't like a genre. I like pieces. So it's very, very difficult for me to answer. Let's see. Why am I so tired? Yeah. Eek, what would you do for a Klondike bar? I would drink wine. Kuz says, I would have brought you a drink at EF, but I couldn't find you, or you had a crowd of fanboys literally orbiting you in such a strong defense. Okay, Kuz, listen. Anytime I'm doing a panel or a program or something, as soon as I'm done, come up afterward, because usually I've got time afterward. If I've got a bunch of fanboys orbiting me, join the orbit. Can you sing Darude Sandstorm? No, I cannot. I don't know what it is. Rail, my favorite place in Berlin. Oh, Rail, my favorite place in Berlin. I'll tell you. The Brandenburg Gate. Why? Because I walked through the Brandenburg Gate. I walked through this way, and I walked through that way, and I walked through this way. For my entire life, that was impossible. And I never thought I would be able to do it. But when I go to Berlin, I make a point to go to the Brandenburg Gate, and I walk through this way, and I walk through that way because I can. Clockwork, what do I think of Haydn? What's he hiding from? I don't know. Let's see. Mikro, have I ever been in Egypt? No, I have not. I've never been to Egypt. And right now is probably not the best time to visit. And James Blue Jay says, yes, yes, I know all about that. And Song Pitch, I'm sorry I asked so many questions, but I know I'll probably be too shy when I meet you or in suit. Don't be shy. It's easy. Walk up to me. Look at this face. Say, hi, Kage, I talk to your face. Hello. That's all you have to do. I'm not scary. I'm not going to bite you. I'm not going to shoot purple goo at you and send you to hell. For Christ's sake, just talk to me. That's why I go to conventions. I like to meet people. I like to interact with people. Please interact with me. Don't be scared. My favorite kind of tree is the tree that grows wine. The wine tree is my favorite. Let's see. This is exactly how I would greet you next EF. Well, yes, do it, Silence. Go ahead. And Tieran says, Kage is only scary when you get in his way of a smooth Anthrocut. Yes. Don't fuck with my convention, okay? There is an old saying in furry fandom, you don't fuck with Uncle Kage because he fucks back hard. Don't try to screw with Anthrocon because, yeah, I don't play nice. This is something that I've invested my life in. You try to screw with Anthrocon, I'll ruin your life. I'm sorry, that's just how I am. Don't do it. Ha! Silver Gray Poles, did you see the meme that features you? Which one? You mean the Blarth Mall Cop? Yes, I saw it. I think it's kind of cute. Let's see. If you were not a chemist or any kind of scientist, what would you want to work with? From Wovaka. I don't know. Science and chemistry is my profession. I never gave much thought. Have you had a collegiate mascots at Anthrocon? If not, do you wish you had some? I'd like some. I like to talk to some. Yes, it would be fine. Let's see. Do I play any pen and paper RPGs? I used to in my far, far youth. I played Dungeons and Dragons and I played Champions. They don't have the same appeal for me because the real-time RPGs have taken their place. Dear Ferns, any fur cons you haven't been to you'd like to go to? I'd like to go to Best Little Fur Con. I'd like to go to the one in Texas. I'd like to go to Furdu, but they never invited me. I'd like to go to the one in Norway, but they never invited me. My favorite thing about Telephone is brilliant. Telephone is magnificent. Telephone is cute. Telephone is one of the best actors I've ever seen. Rail, how was my experience at the San Diego Chicken? An icon of my youth. I loved Mr. Chicken. Wonderful, wonderful man. Wonderful, wonderful chicken. I had an amazing time in his company. And I am very, very pleased to call him a friend now. Kaiwin, how many of the letters have you given out? Less than 10. In fact, if I had, I think there's only about 6 or 7. In almost 20 years, I think we have a good record going. What did you call the particles coming from telephone? Neutrinos. Telephone gives off neutrinos. Cryo and Skyrender is time for noms. I'll see you next week. Cryo, Skyrender, thank you for joining us tonight. We'll see you soon, very soon. Rail is studying Russian and history. If I am in Fort Worth, we shall get together. Marsua, oh, for goodness sake, plans for conference in Melbourne. Didn't I answer this one? You're late. Yes, I am going to Convergence. I've got my plane ticket. I've got my first class upgrade. I've got my hotel room. I'm all set for Convergence in Melbourne. Let's see. Telephone is in. Don't be shy around Kage. He and too will sit. Cosmic Fox. Yes, Cosmic Fox brings up a point. There was a young fellow at Euroference that we were told he was sitting kind of by himself way in the back of the main stage, and somebody explained to us that he was a big fan of both of us and he was too shy to come see us. So Tu and I just kind of moseyed back into the audience, and randomly we sat down on either side of this young fellow. And he was sitting here, I was sitting here, Tu was sitting over there. And we just sat on either side of him. And then after a few moments, I just kind of put my arm around him, leaned my head on his shoulder. And Tu, from the other side, leaned in and just kind of licked his cheek. The poor boy looked like he was going to explode. Why did we do it? Because we're douchebags. But it was fun. And Colts is drinking Kuga's liquors. Oh my boy, those are amazing things. Rail. Thoughts on the situation in Ukraine? I've seen wars come and go. I've seen territorial disputes come and go. My thoughts on the situation in the Ukraine? The fact that there was a furry convention going on in the Ukraine during the invasion. There were furries having a convention with artillery fire going off within 20 miles. And they were tweeting and telling us, we are having a good time. Don't worry, the fighting is still at least 35 kilometers away. That's the furry spirit. A fucking war going on in your backyard, but they still had their furry con. That's amazing. There's a photo from that convention, and it's a bunch of fursuiters, and it's something you'll never see in an American convention. A bunch of fursuiters, and one of them in the front row has this Kalashnikov automatic rifle that he's holding. Oh, I just froze. Now I unfroze. That's amazing. Oh boy, Ira Winterwolf. When's the best time to talk to you at a convention when you're not surrounded by the fans? When I'm not surrounded by the fans. Breakfast, come see me at breakfast. At the bar, if I'm just having a drink and there's not a lot, even if there's a lot of people around, just come and say hello. Let's see. Anyone got a link to that image? If anybody has a link to that image, please put it up. Don't you just it when you're drawing, but then you lose your pencil after you put it down? And Tromso Boy, can you manage to get telephone on a Winestream? Okay, Tromso Boy, good question. For those of you who came in late, see the donation button down there? My next intended guest, we're shooting for December or January. I want to get fucked some more onto this Winestream. Give us donations and we can buy him a plane ticket. That's what we're working on. If we have any left over, I'll talk to telephone, because it might be really cool to get telephone on this Winestream too. The only thing is, I really couldn't have telephone staying here in my condo because that would be improper. I'm a dirty old man and a lovely young lady like telephone. No, we would need extra funds to have a hotel room for telephone across the way. So telephone's going to be just as expensive as Fox and More. What the hell time is it? 9:30. Oh boy. I think when I finish this glass, we might have to call it quits. Just because. Rail, have I met any South African furs? I don't think I've met any. I've heard of some, but I've not met any. Rail, if you're a South African fur, I'd love to meet you face to face. Come say hi to me. Thoughts on Graceland by Paul Simon? Rail, I have no idea what you're talking about. Those are my thoughts. Cosmic Fox says, the bottle's not empty. The bottle's not empty, but the glass says, remember, this stuff is 50% more alcoholic than Riesling. I'm reaching my limit. And Drax is still here. Incidentally, those of you who did not see the intro, when you see this on YouTube, that amazing orchestral intro, Drax made that, and I am grateful to him for that. Riff Logic says, break out the karaoke. No. Castoris, any particular people you want as guests of honor or future answers? Yes! But I'm not at liberty to talk about it. Sorry. Let's see. Silent Dawn, have you heard about First SonaCon coming to Virginia in 2016? No, I have not. Rail, thoughts on Scottish independence? I'm kind of glad it didn't go through because I like Scotland being part of the UK. Let's see. Oh, Nightkin, who is good. Thank you, Nightkin, for joining us. We'll see you again very soon. Tuzzle, Kage, at EF22, will you sing? Tuzzle, at EF22, the price will be 1,200 euros to the charity. You raise 1,200 euros for the charity at EF22, and I will sing for you. Deal. Sully says, can the whole Kage just like a band in London? No, because then who'll be around to stab other people? Rainclaw says, you look fabulous without lipstick. This is another reason why I don't drink red wine. It stains my lips red. See? I have a lipstick on, yes. And Bree is off to bed. Good night, Bree. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let's see. As Firestorm says, I remember you singing one story hour. Firestorm, you're remembering differently from me. I have never sung at a story hour at EF. I don't know what you're talking about. And a lot of people are saying, Bree! Incidentally, if you are late coming here, the next Winestream, the theme will be sacramental wine, because this is the wine I have for my next wine stream, which will be in October. Now, what two does not realize? Two gave us the giraffe and the Bree thing. Those of you who are my age or thereabout remember a little toy from the 1970s and 80s called 2XL. Old people, do you remember 2XL? 2XL was a trivia bot. It was a little robot-shaped instrument that had this little like sound chip in it, and it would ask you trivia questions, and you were supposed to answer the trivia questions for 2XL. One of the most famous commercials from 2XL involved giraffes. 2XL on his commercial asked a trivia question. Giraffes are the only animal that make no sound. True or false? The answer is true. Giraffes don't make a sound. Giraffes have no vocalizations. So this whole is entirely out of 2's idiot mind. Wild Bill remembers that. T'Challa remembers that. Yes, giraffes are the only animal that make no sound. True. Tromsø boy, how do you think the football team in Tromsø will do for the rest of the season? They will win. Absolutely. Richery, from helping Fernando to all the charities and other awesome things Furries have done, what single thing are you most proud of? I'm proud of a lot of things. What am I most proud of? I'm proud of furries. I'm not proud of what I've done. I'm proud of the fandom. I'm proud of the way that furries have stepped up. I'm proud of the spirit that furry fandom has shown to the world. I am proud of the accomplishments of this community of ours. What am I most proud of? I am most proud of furry fandom as it has evolved today. Cheers. Rail says, what World War II related location would you like to visit next? Okay, Rail, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. What location would you like to visit? I would like to visit one of the camps, Auschwitz-Buchenwald. Do I want to? No. Do I feel I should? Yes. Everybody should. Why do I want to? Because this is history, and I've always tried to reach out and touch history, as painful as it may be. So yes, driving from Berlin to Suhl years ago, we passed by Buchenwald. I never had the courage to stop. Someday I will. Again, why? I don't want to, but I should. And that's why I will. Tuzzy says, I'm going to donate to some Kickstarter. What is this Kickstarter you're talking about, Tuzzy? Get Uncle Kage to Germany for... Yeah, it's a draft. It's not a live project. It's a draft. So since it's not a live project, it's a draft, I am not going to donate to it. But I just accidentally closed my window. Let me fix this again. Hang on. Let me, yes. Sorry, I closed my first stream again. Let me reopen this shit. Here, I hope I'm not dead. Okay. Frotz Fonch says I should make a public wine stream at a convention. Maybe I will. Sometime, maybe I will. Rail says there's also Srebrenica in Bosnia, the killing fields in Cambodia. Listen, Rail, you are correct. Modern history, the history that I have lived through, has many, many, many atrocities. We don't want to think about them, but we have to remember them. I will start with the ones from my uncles in World War II. I'll work my way up to the others. Just a reminder of what happens when human beings allow themselves to be led by others. I'm not going to talk about religion right now. Next question. Let's get back to this crap. Oh, Song Pitch. Promise you will give me a hug if I find you. Absolutely. I love hugs. I would love to give you a hug. Brief logic, suggestions, recommendations. Somebody wants to start a con. Don't run away while you can. And if you're bound and determined, send me an email, ceo@anthrocon.org. I will send you what information you need to know. I keep online basically an ongoing list of every mistake I have ever made or seen made by my peers. If that list can spare you from making the same mistakes, then it's worthwhile. Rail, favorite Looney Tunes character? Tasmanian Devil. Absolutely. I love Taz. He's amazing. Kaiowin, finish this line. But I don't land. I'd rather what? I'd rather just sing. Stop that, stop that. You're not going to a song while I'm here. Did I get it? And Colt says the Tasmanian Devil was great. The modern voice of the Tasmanian Devil, we all know who that is. That's Jim Cummings. Jim Cummings does the voice of the Tasmanian Devil these days. There's a wonderful piece of footage, goes back about 20 years now, that shows Jim in a recording booth, and he's reading his lines. And he turns to the camera and he says, "This is my job." Siler Husky, for those who just joined, what the hell are you drinking? Well, Siler, you're late. You should have been here on time. So I'm not going to tell you why I'm drinking a red. Next time, be on time to my class. John, let's not. I'm not going there. Okay. Zoran Swifttail, 2 assembly role-playing isn't important anymore. That's not true. We as furries, we're role players. That's what we do. I think 2 is mistaken. Role-playing is perfectly important because in our minds, we are creating our universe. That's role-playing. And Colt says the picture is done for you. Click it. And then Kaiowin says, click this link. Okay, I'm going to frightfully click this link. Oh, it worked. Well, I be damned. Yeah, that's Tiernan. Oh, God, I love Tiernan. By the way, I have known Tiernan since he was a fucking teenager. The boy is amazing. Tiernan, thank you so much. I love that picture. And Rishri says, you keep mispronouncing my name. I taught you how to say Eurofriends 21. Listen, Rishri, I wasn't sober at Eurofriends 21. So there. Okay. Ira Winterwolf, what's my favorite video game? Remember, I'm old. I was the champion of Donkey Kong back in the 80s. No one could beat me at Zaxxon. Those are my favorite video games. Battlezone. Oh, God. I could clean up at Battlezone. Next question. Tuzzy, the stuff you do remember. My favorite moment at EF21. I had a lot of favorite moments at EF21. One of the things I loved about EF21 was the relic salesman. EF21, the theme was basically an after the fall theme. The idea was mankind was long gone and that this civilization of furries had arisen. there was a relic salesman at EF21. Since we are so far beyond the world of humans, this furry had set up this little trading post where he had human relics that he would trade. Little things like a pencil, a screw, just random things, a spoon, a lid to a jar. Amazing relics from humans past, and he would trade them. And it was brilliant. I don't know who he was, but if anyone knows who the relic salesman was at EF21, for God's sake, please tell him to email me. I want to buy him a drink because he was brilliant. Silvergatamon, what is Battle Zone? I never heard of that. Oh, you kids. Google it. Google is your friend, boy. What do I think about Isberget, the supporter club for the football team in Tromsø and join the first? Tromsø, boy, what you were talking about, I am not familiar with. It's beyond my realm of experience. You would have to educate me further. Up till this point, I cannot answer your questions. I'm sorry. Let's see. Silo Husky says image. Yes, let me Google that for you. Thank you. Furry Trainer. Good night. Good night, Furry Trainer. Thank you once again for joining us tonight. Oh, Silex has a picture of the relic salesman. That's Dropbox. Yes, that's him. Yes, that's him. The relic salesman selling human relics. It was just remarkable. I had so much fun because I was trading stuff with him. Please put me in touch with the relic salesman. I adore him. He was amazing. Let's see. Are you familiar with / enjoy the work of Ray Bradbury? Rail. I grew up with Ray Bradbury. Remember, I'm from Philadelphia. Ray Bradbury was one of the people who started the first science fiction convention in Philadelphia. Yes, I am familiar with the works of Ray Bradbury. Do I enjoy them? Many of them, yes. Some of them, no. I never had the pleasure of meeting the man, but I do respect him as a pillar of the science fiction community. He will go down in history. Silver Gray Paws, is boxed wine good wine? Only if it is cardboard dough. And Tromsø Boy says, don't forget to donate to Uncle Kage. Yes, down there, the donate button, because that's what brings special guests here. I'm all by myself tonight, but with enough donations, maybe I could bring in Fox some more, to the Ranting Griffin, telephone, but that takes money. We need to get money to bring these folks in, so if you're willing to donate, go for it. Congo Cheetah, did you ever enjoy any books you're required to read in school? Yes, Congo Cheetah. When I was in 11th grade, that would have been 1981, by the way. Pardon. I took a course in science fiction literature. I loved the stories we were supposed to read. The teacher at the time was Mr. Rudy Cusimano. He was the husband of my old French instructor, Diane Cusimano, strangely enough. But we read astonishing stories. I loved Mr. Cusimano. He was one of the greatest teachers I ever had. I don't know if he's still alive today. I lost touch with him. I've not been able to find him. Rudolph Cusimano, his name. An amazing teacher. Scholars will always remember, we will always admire, we will always treasure our teachers. And Rudy Cusimano was one of my best. I, as a present for him, got an autographed copy of Isaac Asimov's trilogy, and I gave it to him. And we were good friends in my school days, but we lost touch. Mr. Cusimano would be in his 90s now if he's still about. But I'm sorry. I digress and I wax philosophic now. Again, those of us who are scholars, we will never forget our old teachers. As there's the old song I was singing before, you know, Vivat Academia, vivat professores. Long live our school, long live our professors, because they're the ones who intellectually made us what we are today. Soren Swift-Tail, at what age is someone a gray muzzle? 30. 30 seems to be the accepted age that somebody becomes a gray muzzle. John, how drunk are you right now? On a scale of 1 to 12, I am November. And Volt says, sing the one they in Hogan's Heroes every time they drink. I'm going to pretend I understand that. It's an amazing thing about furry fandom. When I started, there were no gray muzzles. We were the kids. It was started by youngsters. Now we are gray muzzles. We can look back. We can look at the new generation of furries. But we can only look upon them with pride and with delight, because whereas we laid the foundation, these young folk have picked up the torch and they have run with it. Oh my God, what we initially created years ago, the modern world of the young furries have expounded upon it. They have made it the sensation, the driving force that it is today. Us old guys, we can't take the credit. We're the ones who pointed the way, but it's the young folk who made it happen. Cheers to you, young folk. And Silinx found an awesome picture of Kage in a Dropbox. Let me click on that and see what we're looking at. Oh my God, yes. Mia and Rocket Raccoon. Oh my God, I love Rocket Raccoon. Oh yes. Thompson Boy, can you subscribe to my YouTube channel? Right now I cannot, but if you send me an email, I might do it later when I'm able to think. Let's see. Vote. How did Ushi like Hogan's Heroes? I don't know if Ushi saw Hogan's Heroes. Ushi, for those of you who don't know, she is Frau Ursula Opitz. She is a resident of Berlin. She's a lady, my generation, plus or minus. She grew up in East Berlin. She was an Ossi. She grew up beyond the Iron Curtain. What did she think of Hogan's Heroes? We would have to ask her. Rail, some of the strangest fursuits you've ever... Oh, Rail, that's an open-ended question. I have seen a lot of very, very strange fursuits in my day. Oh, my goodness. I've seen hybrids. I've seen some fursuits that kind of fell into the uncanny valley. A lot of fursuits fell into the uncanny valley. I don't know if I can answer that question. John, let's not talk about that, okay? I'm going to finish this glass, and when this glass is finished, this Winestream will be finished. That's why. I haven't had it almost. John, Here's a suggestion from me to you. Shut the fuck up, okay? Yes, and Tieran says, slurring number 1. It's time to go to bed, okay? And Pelosis, yeah, the fur with the rock raccoon suit just lives half a kilometer down the street. You were told all about the encounter at EF. I loved that suit. I was thrilled by the encounter with Rocket Raccoon. That was astonishing. Let's see. Svengali. What? Svengali was at AC? Was he? Do you guys even know who Svengali was? Oh, you kids. Okay, all you gray muzzles out there, we know who Svengali was. Now here's a young person saying, oh, I know who Svengali was. Oh, Rhodesian Ridgebacks. I love Rhodesian Ridgebacks. They're an amazing dog. Let's see. And, yes, Sven Garlic will steal your breath away. Thank you, T'Chall. We've been watching the Three Stooges. The great Sven Garlic. Wow. Okay, Soren Swifttail. Have you ever fallen in love with a suit? Yes. Soren. I have fallen in love with a suit. It's a bad idea. Never fall in love with a fursuit because you never know what might be inside. And Kaiowin is showing me, Kaiowin is saying the salesman's guys at FA, but Kaiowin is just a page. I don't think so. Tieran, have you fallen in love with that dragon suit? Tieran, I would not kick your dragon suit out of my bed for eating crackers. Song Pitch is drawing something for me. I'm eager to see it. Song Pitch, thank you. Okay, Cosmic Fox, you're talking about a lady. Be very, very careful what you say. Rail, favorite place in England? I can answer this question. My favorite place in England. I've been to England. I've been all over the United Kingdom. My favorite place, the War Cabinet Rooms under the Treasury Building in London. This is where Winston Churchill had the government during the Battle of Britain. They have preserved them. Everything is just as it was in 1940. I've been to visit it. It is stepping back in history. Anything for me that allows me to step back in time is fascinating. And I walked into the War Cabinet Rooms and I saw Winston Churchill's private bathroom. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Why would Uncle Kage be so excited to see Winston Churchill's private bathroom? Is Uncle Kage kind of funny in the head? No. In the War Cabinet Rooms, under the Treasury Building in London, which was a big stone building and could survive an aerial bombardment, that's where the British government met during the Battle of Britain. There was one room that had a flushing toilet. That was the Prime Minister's private toilet. Mr. Churchill had a key. The Sergeant at Arms had a key. Only Mr. Churchill could go into that room. When everybody else had a chamber pot, the only flush toilet in the entire building was in the basement, and it was Mr. Churchill's. That was the story then. But we know today, very, very different story. Yes, there was a toilet in there, but there was also a telephone. Not the telephone we know. There was a hotline. When Mr. Churchill would go into the private loo, there was a secure telephone line directly to the White House. He could communicate with President Roosevelt. Remember, the United States was a neutral country at the time, on paper. Mr. Churchill could speak directly with Mr. Roosevelt from the privacy of his bathroom because nobody would listen in. It was one of the things that helped win the Battle of Britain. Now, yes, shit talking. Yes, thank you very much. Did Mr. Churchill ever use the loo while he was talking to Mr. Roosevelt? History has not recorded. Yes, imagine the phone actually came off the hook. Yes, Griffith says, I know most of this country's bad decisions were because of constipation, but hey, it won the Battle of Britain. Battle of Britain is history to you guys. It's history to me too, but I at least have a first-hand account. I have met people who fought in the Battle of Britain. I have shaken the hand of pilots at Spitfires and pilots of German bombers. You know, what was amazing about the Battle of Britain? What was amazing about the Battle of Britain was that Britain was able to take it. That was what Mr. Churchill said. We can take it! An amazing man. And a rallying cry for all of Britain. Did you know that during the bombing of London, when the bombs were falling and fires were starting, the fire brigades of London went out, even with bombs falling around them, to extinguish the fires that were started? Churchill called them the angels with grimy faces. Britain was an amazing force in World War II. And at the head of that amazing force was Winston Churchill. Okay, history has judged him. Was he a creep? Was he a racist? Yeah, he was a product of his time. But he believed in Great Britain. And there is one speech that Mr. Churchill gave that has always stuck with me. Early on, when the question came up, Germany is powerful. We are at a disadvantage. France has capitulated. Belgium has capitulated. The Czech Republic, all of Europe has capitulated. Should England give up? Should we simply give Germany and Hitler what they want? That debate came up in the War Cabinet room. And the debate came to an end when the Prime Minister gave the following speech. And it is an inspirational speech which I have memorized. When Mr. Churchill said, should we capitulate to Hitler? That would end the history of this island. And if the long history of this island is to end, then let it end. But only when each and every one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground. That's a leader I can get behind. Cheers, Mr. Churchill. Soren, whose suit did you fall in love with? That's a secret, Soren. You'll have to get me in a bar and I'll tell you. Volt, you have a pub that's called the Winston. I'd like to go there someday. I would like, the next time I'm in England, I would like to take a side trip and visit Mr. Churchill's grave for no better reason than to leave a shot glass full of whiskey on I think he would approve. Wow. Rail. Rail says, one of your neighbors fought at the Battle of Iwo Jima. Rail, you are a lucky, lucky person. The Battle of Iwo Jima was unique in history. If you wave your hand, if you discount it, the men who fought at Iwo Jima on both sides went through the deepest hell that human beings could ever create for one another. I had bought a book at an airport. My flight was delayed, United Airlines. My flight was delayed, and I went to a bookstore. And I bought this book, and the book was called Flags of Our Fathers. The story of Iwo Jima and the flag raisers from that amazing photo that was taken that helped win World War II. And I was reading the book. And I stopped reading the book and I was walking to my gate. And as I was walking to my gate, I encountered an old gentleman who had a baseball cap on that said, Iwo Jima Survivor. And I was stunned. I just stopped and I approached him and I said, sir, may I shake your hand? And I said to him, can I ask you to tell me your story? And when I said that to him, he got a look in his eye. I can't describe it. I can't reproduce it. It was the look of a man who had seen hell. And in that moment, I knew that I didn't need to read the book. I knew the entire story looking at this old man's eyes. And after a moment, he looked back at me and I said, it's okay, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And I shook his hand again. But in that look, he told me everything I needed to know about Iwo Jima. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, do your research. Unlike any other battle in human history, unlike any other experience in human history, the men on both sides who fought in Iwo Jima deserve our respect and admiration simply for having lived through it. Rail says the 1,000-yard stare, this was the 1,000-mile stare. I've talked to a lot of veterans. I have never seen an expression like that before. This man, I cannot even begin to describe what I saw. I'm not even going to try. And since my glass is empty, and on that sad note, I shall have to call this stream ended. Because, as I said, these lovely wines, they're 50% stronger than the whites I normally drink. And I am somewhat 3 sheets to the wind at this time. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, no. Well, guess what? All good things must come to an end, including this Winestream, which I would argue is not a good thing. You're looking at this pathetic old drunkard destroying himself in front of your eyes. But it's time to go. I would like to thank everyone here for showing up this evening and spending your Saturday evening listening to an old drunkard blither on the way he does, tell his stories, read shit, drink stuff. I don't even know why you people are here. But I'm grateful that you are, because it really does move me that here I am, an old guy making noises with his face, and for some reason, you guys seem to want to sit around and listen to it. It really does move me almost to tears. But I will leave you with a sentiment that was spoken by one of the greatest clowns in human history. I've done this before. Some of you have heard it before, but I'm going to say it again. Red Skelton, my idol, my role model, one of the finest funny men of the 20th century, once said, and I remember seeing this when I was just a small boy on a black and white television in the 1960s, watching with my father, when he ended his show and he said, if someday you're not feeling well, you should remember some little thing that I've said or done here tonight. And if it brings a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart, then my purpose as a clown has been fulfilled. Why do I do this? To fulfill my purpose as a clown. And if tonight, in some small part, if I have brought a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart, then I consider my job fulfilled. I want to thank you very much, and as Mr. Skelton used to say, good night and God bless.